After getting back in the win column the other night, the Sabres, they're back in action at home against the Islanders. They've recalled Zach Metza from Rochester, and per our own Paul Hamilton from practice yesterday, it looks like Lindy Ruff may be going away from the goalie rotation. Luukkonen has his own net, which likely means he plays tonight. Kesselring and Greenway are also both options. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock tonight at KeyBank Center. Just under 1 month away from the NFL draft, and the owners' meetings began over the weekend. Bills GM and President of Football Operations, Brandon Beane, spoke with the media yesterday. You can find that on demand at our website. The AFC Coaches Breakfast is today as well. For the latest from the Bills and the other teams around the league, Sal Capaccio will have all of the updates throughout on WGR550.com. Also, the Bills, they ended up picking up the fifth-year option for tight end Dalton Kincaid. In other news around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Las Vegas will be the host city for the Super Bowl in 2029. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the NFL plans to bring hiring replacement officials before the May 31st expiration of its labor deal with the NFLRA. And the Browns owner said he believes Deshaun Watson has a, quote, great chance to succeed this season under head coach Todd Monken. In AAA baseball, the Bisons, they're 1-2 after opening against the Rail Riders. They're back in action against the Syracuse Mets today with a 105 first pitch. And the Red Wings opened up 2-1 in their series with the Jumbo Shrimp. They're back in action against the Rail Riders today at 4:05. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Jerry and Joe back at it this Tuesday. It is storming.
Yes.
Hard storm.
And there's a little run to my car, just, the lightning, too.
Yeah, the lightning.
I don't want to be out there for the lightning.
I had a question about lightning, and then the question became irrelevant, which was last night there was some lightning up in the clouds. I noticed that.
It's generally where it is.
You're right. Yeah. Well, sometimes it hits the ground. Sometimes it stays in the clouds.
You're saying it was staying in the
Yes,
clouds.
I was saying like flashes in the clouds, not strikes of the ground up in the clouds.
Sky lightning.
And sometimes you'll get that kind of lightning and you don't hear anything, right? So I'm driving in this morning, and I saw a couple flashes and didn't hear the thunder and thought, what is it that makes some lightning boom with thunder and some where I can't hear it? And, I'm thinking, when I get to work, I'm definitely going to type that into Google and see what's up. And then the next flash brought the boom. Like, you know what? Never mind. Turns out it's real. There were a bunch of lightning strikes this morning, and then the rain followed 5 minutes later. So it's coming from the north to the south.
Yeah, it was
whole
all across like Toronto and southern Ontario, and it did not want to hang out up there. It's coming down.
It's coming, and it's nice weather temperature-wise. I got up, checked that, and was wearing, let's wear some shorts today. And this massive, massive storm that is basically all across Lake Ontario right now. And, drifting a line here into Buffalo, all the way to Toronto, up through Owen Sound, into Saginaw. Like, there's this big, huge, and it stretches all the way, if we're going east, all the way to Albany. Like, this same giant storm. So give yourself time to drive a little slowly. It was the kind of rain where you can see the waves of it going across the pavement.
Yes.
Really intense rain and thunder and lightning. So,
and really lightning every 2 seconds. Less than that even.
Yeah.
Just constant all the way through.
Yeah, really intense.
I also decided to wear pants because I thought, I would it's going to be pouring. And I don't want my legs getting soaking wet, and now that I'm inside, I'm regretting wearing pants. It was a short stay for sure. It's going to be 60.
Maybe. Also,
it's like 57 right now.
If your pants get rained on, then your wet pants are on your legs as opposed to just...
These are pretty water resistant.
You'll be fine.
Otherwise, you'd be right.
Well, we've got a lot going on today to talk about. Owners' meetings in Arizona, in Phoenix. Sal joins us to recap what happened yesterday. We heard from the Bills general manager, from Brandon Beane. That's at 9:30. Paul at 9 on the Sabres. We got a lot of Sabres today ahead of a game against the Islanders, including Gil Martin of Locked On Islanders. Beck Malenstyn, the Malin Goat, he's coming up at 8 o'clock. And Chad DeDominicis of Expected Buffalo on some advanced numbers, playoff matchups, the Zach Metsa situation, all that. Chad DeDominicis at 7:30 in between your calls. So that's 5 guests, some Sabres, some Bills, and good times to be had by all.
And to see what the Islanders do in goal tonight.
They gave
very
up
excited.
8 last night.
Yes, and he got pulled. So I don't know. They're in a fight.
Isn't that
He's
bad
the
news?
best goalie in the world.
He's coming
arguably.
back with a vengeance.
I would not be surprised if we see Ilya Sorokin tonight with a real bad attitude.
That's terrible. Why?
Yeah.
Why do we don't want that?
No, we don't at all want that. I've been watching a lot of them because I have really liked him, watching him this year just as a goalie. He's incredible to watch play. And he is like every third, fourth, fifth game, he's like, oh, I'm just going to win this game single-handedly for my team.
Sweet.
And it's absurd what he's doing in the net right now. And last night was a nightmare for him. And I really would not be surprised, especially with the coach he's got, Patrick Waugh, if he said, yeah,
You're telling me
hop back in there.
You're telling me basically he's right now at the arena in the net warming up.
It's entirely
Like,
possible.
He cannot wait.
He might have run here last night.
Well, that's great. So an Islanders game with a mad goalie.
yeah.
Okay.
It could also be Rittich, so who knows?
Is
But,
Mad goalie good goalie?
In his
it
case-
can be. I think Sorokin,
can be?
it is. They fired his goalie coach earlier in the year that he was very close with, and he proceeded to go on to have a better year than Connor Hellebuck had last year, and he won the Hart and the Vezina last year.
There you
So
go.
That's where Sorokin's
All right, so
at
not
right
not
now.
good.
No,
We're gonna go with
no.
not good.
It's not making mad.
I'm gonna hope he
Not
doesn't
good.
play then.
Yeah, that's ideal.
Well, speaking of goalie, the Sabres are making UPL the guy. Boy, like, I have a new experience with the Sabres, which is they won a million games, 35 out of 40, had one of the best runs in the league's history.
Yep.
And they're still obviously very good. They've had a good season. Now, any change gets made, and I think, oh, wait a minute. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn? Not that they shouldn't. Just every single thing is, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's going to be okay? This team wins all the time. Zach Metsa going down? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? And now, hold on a minute. The goalie situation that was heralded as this is part of the cheat code. They found a hack. They got all the way here. And now it's going to be like, actually, you know what? We're done with that. It's UPL now, back to back. Now, UPL's played very, very, very good. There's no disputing that. So we're ditching the plan and going to a new plan, it would appear. Right?
For now. I think they're going to see if Luukkonen can grab it by the horns. I think that they probably want that to be the situation. If they could choose, I think Luukkonen is the obvious guy that you would choose to be your true number one.
Why would you choose? That's my question. The whole idea was you didn't have to choose because they were making it easy by being well rested, and you didn't feel any need to choose. Wanting to choose introduces, I want that because what? He's under contract longer? I guess. He makes more money? I get.
He's younger.
Why would I really care which guy it is that is the one I want to choose?
I think it's more than that. It's that I think Luukkonen's ceiling is a lot higher. Luukkonen can do more to steal games if he can find it consistently than Lyon can. Lyon's got a really good baseline that I think he finds at a really high rate, but Luukkonen has got an upper tier to his game that I don't think Lyon can quite get to. I think his size, his athleticism is on a different level than anybody else they've got around, whether that be Lyon or even Ellis. And I think that they know that that could win them an extra game, and that's what it's about in the playoffs. And, why choose? Because the split is rarely a thing that works in the playoffs. That's why you choose.
Well, that all may be true. How about the fact, again, it's I'll trust eye tests. What about Lyon having a better goal save above expected? He's
Yeah.
had a better year.
I agree with that.
So
I mean, Dom Lucian mentioned him as like an honorable mention in his Vezina piece the other day. Like he's statistically, you could argue he's been one of the 5 best goalies in the league this year, or at least top 10 by especially goals saved above expected.
He is
and some other
10th
numbers.
in goals saved above expected.
Okay.
Lyon is. Luukkonen is 19th. Like they're both. Now I'm not saying that making this decision has to be a disaster. I wonder. We had talked maybe last week about when they get to the playoffs, will Lindy have to make a decision to stop doing what they're doing, and maybe it just has come a month early.
Or
Right.
I thought it could be about Luukkonen and the commitment to him, and it could be about him specifically. Or it could just be about Lindy setting a standard, which is you're not going to have 2 bad starts in a row. That's not going to happen. You're not getting your turn again if they're going to be back-to-back, because that's the standard I'm going to set for the playoffs, because I don't have time to go to you for a third time if you've put them up back-to-back. Because otherwise, like, they've kind of been the same since the Olympic break. Luukkonen's had 2 bad starts, and Lions had 2 bad starts.
Yep.
Luukkonen's 2 bad starts were allowing 7 against Tampa and allowing 4 in a loss to Boston, where you went for a skate out of the net at the end of the third period, and then you did whatever on the overtime goal and let it go through the 5-hole, and you lost the hockey game. But those weren't consecutive. They weren't right next to each other. Lyon has not really had, I don't think, a third bad game since the Olympic break. His third game ago was a shutout against the Sharks. I mean, Luukkonen, that's also true, right? Because they had back-to-back
Vegas.
shutouts. So it could be about Luukkonen. I do think that's possible, that Lindy and the organization, like, if they could have it one way, they'd love Luukkonen to be the guy that gets hot and gets hot going into the playoffs and becomes the guy and really shows up for them on a multi-round playoff chase, because then that's only going to further your investment in him. It's only going to further your commitment to him, which you have to do because he's under contract and he's younger. But I think it's possible that Lindy's just setting a standard. This is how it's going to be in the playoffs. If you have 2 bad games in a row, you're going to lose your start, because I don't have time for you to have a third bad game in a row. We're going to get eliminated.
Yeah. That might be the most likely to me, is that when, like, nobody's had 2 bad games in a row until now for Lions, since they've been doing this 50-50 thing. And so what happens when a guy has 2 stinkers? Like, Lindy's like, all right, you're getting skipped. That's the way it goes.
Like, I don't even know.
I wouldn't be, if I was Lyon, like, putting myself in the goalie shoes again, and I knew I had 2 bad games in a row, and now Luukkonen gets another one. I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, that makes sense.
So does that
I don't even know
mean-
the last time Luukkonen had 2 bad games in a row.
Does that-
Luukkonen hasn't had 2 bad games in a row, you could argue, since December 5th and 8th.
Right.
That may be true. Sure, okay, so riding the hot goalie. On quality starts this year, Lyon has a better quality start percentage.
Right. Well, he didn't have one since, like,
A bad one?
November.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Before
So,
the last 2.
Sorry I had 2 bad days. One of those is a Detroit game where the team didn't show up for the first period.
Yeah.
The other is a game that you, by your own words, said, we need big saves out of you in the third period. This is Anaheim. He made them. They came back to get the lead, and then he gave up a goal on a power play, on a penalty kill, and then won in overtime. So, like, you were down 2 in the third and said, we're going to need big saves out of you. I gave you those big saves, and that was my bad start.
It was kind of like the Tampa game for Luukkonen. Like, you battled and,
Yeah.
you did allow a lot, but there were some nice things. Like, either way, I'd want to qualify both of those starts as, that wasn't great.
Yeah,
for either one of them.
Good saves go a certain length to making it into a good game, but bad goals go further. And he gave up bad goals in those games, and those matter more. Those are bigger. They make a bigger difference. It's just you can make 7 good saves in a game. You give up 2 bad ones. It's a bad game. That's just the reality of the good job.
Isn't that, by the way, a little devil's advocate here, I just don't really know what to think about it all. Which, whatever, they go to Luukkonen. Maybe, are they just flipping, and will Lyon get the next game?
It's entirely
Are we
possible.
right back to alternating, or does that depend on whether or not Luukkonen has a good game against the Islanders tonight? It feels like the whole thing is kind of up in the air. Isn't goals save above expected? Isn't that entire concept to fight back against that idea? That
Sure.
one bad one undoes 7 good saves? Because I've got the data is designed to say, all right, you gave up 1, you shouldn't. You're a -1. But these 7 should have gone in. You saved it back. You're even.
Yeah, true. Looking at it on paper, but that is not the way any coach or goaltender themselves even thinks about it. It's the way it all works, the way the position is thought about, and the way it is approached. A bad goal does more damage to your ability to win the game than the big save does, because you're supposed to make the big saves. You're not supposed to give up bad goals. That's your expectation as a goaltender. Is you make every save you should plus a couple extra, and if you give up a bad one, then you're in trouble. That's just the pressure. That is why it is, to me, the hardest position in sports, is that you have no margin to give up a subpar or a iffy chance. It is, you are supposed to be perfect.
803-0550 if you want to chime in here.
I mean, there's no doubt to me that if game 1 was tonight, that Luukkonen would play.
Sure.
Like, I just think that's I don't mind the standard at all of, like, because it will depend on how Luukkonen plays. If Luukkonen doesn't have a good game tonight, then I think it's easy. Lions are playing the next game. Like, I would be stunned if Luukkonen allowed 5 tonight and he's going again. It really probably comes down to his performance. If he posts a shutout or allows 1 and they win a 3-1 hockey game, isn't he playing Thursday against Ottawa?
I mean,
aren't you going to see how far this goes with him?
Yeah, if you could,
if you were just waiting for one guy to have 2 bad games so you could do that, then that's probably how you play it out.
That's the thing. It's like there's so few games left. There's only 8 games left. That do you feel do you owe it to Lyon to give him one last look at it? You could say Luukkonen's in the lead, but would you feel like I got to give Lyon one last crack at it? And are there enough games left to really do that? If Luukkonen got hot here, how many games in a row does he play? Is he playing 3 in a row heading into Tampa? You're going to want to play him if he's hot. You're probably going to want to play him against the Lightning. And then by that point, there's 4 games left in the season. Is that enough?
What if he has 2
Is that enough to tell what I'm going to get out of Lyon?
What if instead of taking over, he has 2 bad starts? Is the standard now that Lyon gets the net? You had 2 bad starts.
I would say yes.
I would say yes to that.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say that with any of them. If you get 2 bad starts in a row, you are not owed the next one.
Agreed. And that's your mentality as a goaltender. You think, as a goaltender, you think 1 bad start and I got to fix it.
Yeah.
So this is not stunning to me. I thought, I said all along, if everything goes according to plan and nothing bad happens here, they'll keep doing this. But if something happens, anything goes. They're going to want to see if they could get a guy. And if you can wake up a monster in UPL here, who I think has earned that chance. He has played really well. I am as big a doubter of him as there really is out there, and I have been impressed. So I'm curious to see how he handles it, because he's known to want this chance. He talks about wanting to play more and wanting opportunity to play 50, 55, 60 games. And this is the kind of opportunity that you get when you earn that chance, and that's what he's got to go take. If he wants to be the guy, he's got to go take it.
You mentioned earlier that Luukkonen has the higher ceiling. Luukkonen is the guy that, like, you'd want to get him rolling. There's a higher capability with Luukkonen. I also want to tell you, I am scared to death of Luukkonen being the goalie.
I am too.
Like, even him getting hot. Because I just feel like there is no chance. I've been watching this guy on this team for 5 years. There is a 0% chance he's not going to lose you a playoff game at some point.
Yeah.
It will happen. That's him. He
100%.
he will throw that game in there all the time. And I don't know that about Lyon. Lyon might not give you, the elite save at the perfect time that I need it to win the game. But maybe it's just his age, or that we just don't know him as well. That I don't think that way about Lyon. Like the knowing he's going to cost you a game at some point. I don't know that. I feel like I know that about Luukkonen. I go through a playoff series. One of them, I'm going to fall because he's going to allow a goal that he just did something weird and I don't know.
Yeah, I
Threw a
totally
stick
agree.
at the wrong time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sabres and Islanders tonight from KeyBank Center. An angry Sorokin, a happy Luukkonen, maybe,
Very.
right? We'll see what it yields. Rich in Lakeview. Rich, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I'm looking at this as glass half full. It's a nice conversation. I'm glad we're having it. But this might be the first inkling that the organization, Lindy, whoever makes the lineup, is admitting we're going to make the playoffs. That's what we're playing for. They haven't come out right and say it. I don't think as good as they've been playing this year, they've earned any hubris. But I think it's like, okay, 8 games left. We got a spot to look for. Let's solidify a back line. What I'm a little bit more worried about is looked like Greenway practiced with the fourth line. Not that the fourth line's the biggest thing, but the club has done this without Greenway. We saw, the bumpy road we had changing a little things on the defense. And with the last 8 games, and I know playoffs will be different, the disappearance of Norris and Tuck the last 3 or 4 games. I mean, we were joking in our text group, like, did Tuck dress today? I'm not worried about contracts. I'm not worried about next year. They said he had an illness, but then again, the Sabres and Bills organization's honesty with injuries. Yeah, and then bragging about it later. But this could be a good thing because maybe the focus is firmly on the playoffs, and this isn't bantams. We're not going to worry too much about feelings. And listen, if it comes to, Jeremy, we lived through some playoffs. If they both stub their toe and Ellis is the hot guy, we go with Ellis, regardless of what the statistics say. So, hey, let's go playoffs.
Thanks, Rich.
When does Colton Chaos
Colton
get a
Chaos in a playoff game? I don't know
if we get a bad Luukkonen game, do we get Ellis on Thursday?
My heart can take it. To Rich's point, though, last week we asked Lindy this, or 2 weeks ago. I think there have been small signs, or at least a question about, do they start to think about, let's find our best lineup. This is how it happened where Stanley plays with Shen. And Stanley's played with a bunch of different D partners. Yesterday he skated with Kesselring. Mm-hmm. Kesselring was dressed as the extra skater in the last game. Metza's back up. Metza going down briefly because they want to get him to play games, and now he's back instantly. I think there's a point to be made about them using these last 8 games to find their best lineup. But when we brought that to Lindy directly, he said, I'm only trying to think of how to win the next game. Now, you could say that that's just him saying that, and they are doing 2 things at once. But they also have important games here. And tonight is a really important night. Maybe less so for Islanders Buffalo. I mean, whatever. You get your 2 points, obviously. But Montreal, Tampa, Ottawa, Florida, Detroit, Pittsburgh, there are games that are going to affect this race in a very, very big way. Carolina, Columbus. Like, by the end of the night, you might look at a leaderboard where the Sabres look like they are made for a first-round home ice advantage, or Montreal could just pull into a tie with Tampa and Buffalo. Like, it's kind of wild that it's this tight, but it's Tampa or Montreal not quite.
They would be 2 back if they won tonight.
2 back with a game in hand on the Sabres.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden, like, I'm thinking about dropping into the 3 spot. And Boston is, 6 back. I don't think Boston's going to catch it. That's the good news. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Thanks, Rich, for the phone call. Sabres tweaking. Metza is back.
Metza's back.
Bullying works, or what?
He was probably always going to be back.
Always the plan?
Yeah, I would imagine. He played a couple games for the Amherst.
His point about Greenway. Ostlund's hurt, so they need somebody else in the lineup, right?
Sure.
But I feel the same way. Greenway's been out since January, early January. Like, what if Justin Danforth is all of a sudden ready to come back in the lineup? You have a spot for him? I just feel like I'm a little nervous. I wonder how often teams overthink the kind of player that's playoff ready. We've had this conversation about Quinn. Are they going to have this conversation about who?
See, that's where I'm at.
Is Greenway goes in and Quinn comes out?
Greenway is almost a non-story to me. I'm worried about Ostlund. If he's hurt, he's been good. Lindy has trusted him all year. There's no way that guy is not playing for you and probably playing well. So his injury is a little scary that it could be longer term, was the way it was described yesterday. It could be longer than day to day, is what he said. To me, if all their forwards are healthy, there is no way Greenway's in the lineup. Who would be in for?
Quinn?
Quinn's been great.
I know. What I'm saying is
there's no answer to me that he would go in for.
I think we have to be open to the idea
Benson?
That hockey men think hockey playoffs means certain players have to go in.
Can that only be Quinn? Is it Benson?
It cannot be Benson.
Is it Krebs?
It can't be Krebs.
Is it Zucker? That's what I mean. There's no answer.
Sure.
It's not Malenstyn.
No, it's not Beck Malenstyn.
If it's not Quinn, there is not. Is it Norris?
No.
That's what it's. That's why Greenway to me is like insane that he would even be that likely to go in. Oh, I guess it would have to be Jack Quinn.
Right.
And Jack Quinn's on the first power play unit right now.
Which,
I don't think he's coming out. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Like he would be playoff games. Because it's not going to be Doan. It's not going to be Tuck. It's not going to be Zucker. It's not going to be McLeod, even though he's been performing, I think, poorly the last couple weeks. Carrick? I just named all the forwards.
No. Yeah, right. On Norris, we'll talk to Chad DeDominicis at 7:30 about Norris. He wrote a piece recently about Norris's contributions, how he's got an appreciation for what he does, even if he's not always on the score sheet. So we'll get to that with Chad. Paul Hamilton, Sal Capaccio, and Beck Malenstyn throughout the morning as well. We're off and running. Give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Brandon Beane yesterday speaking with the media. Wide receiver came up again. We're not bringing it up.
No, we were.
Everybody seems to
there.
Continue to bring it up, though. So we'll get to that as well. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Happy Tuesday. Stay as dry as you can. Drive safe, too. Well, speaking of goalie, the Sabres are making UPL the guy. Boy, I have a new experience with the Sabres, which is they won a million games, 35 out of 40, had one of the best runs in the league's history.
Yep.
And they're still obviously very good. They've had a good season. Now, any change gets made, and I think, well, wait a minute. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn? Not that they shouldn't. Just every single thing is, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's going to be okay? This team wins all the time. Zach Metsa going down? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? And now, hold on a minute. The goalie situation that was heralded as this is part of the cheat code. They found a hack. They got all the way here. And now it's going to be actually, you know what? We're done with that. It's UPL now, back-to-back. Now, UPL's played very, very, very good. There's no disputing that. So we're ditching the plan and going to a new plan, it would appear. Right?
For now. I think they're going to see if Luukkonen can grab it by the horns. I think that they probably want that to be the situation. If they could choose, I think Luukkonen is the obvious guy that you would choose to be your true number one.
Why would you choose? That's my question. The whole idea was you didn't have to choose because they were making it easy by being well-rested, and you didn't feel any need to choose. Wanting to choose introduces, I want that because what? He's under contract longer? I guess. He makes more money? I get.
He's younger.
Why would I really care which guy it is that is the one I want to choose?
I think it's more than that. It's that I think Luukkonen's ceiling is a lot higher. Luukkonen can do more to steal games if he can find it consistently than Lyon can. Lyon's got a really good baseline that I think he finds at a really high rate, but Luukkonen has got an upper tier to his game that I don't think Lyon can quite get to. I think his size, his athleticism is on a different level than anybody else they've got around, whether that be Lyon or even Ellis. And I think that they know that could win them an extra game, and that's what it's about in the playoffs. And, why choose? Because the split is rarely a thing that works in the playoffs. That's why you choose.
After getting back in the win column the other night, the Sabres back in action at home against the Islanders. They've recalled Zach Metza from Rochester, and per our own Paul Hamilton from practice yesterday, it looked like Lindy Ruff may be going away from the goalie rotation. Luukkonen had his own net, which means he likely plays tonight. Kesselring and Greenway are also both options. Tonight, puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Just under 1 month away from the NFL draft, and the owners' meetings began over the weekend. Bills general manager Brandon Beane spoke with the media yesterday. You can find that on demand at our website. The AFC Coaches Breakfast is today as well. For the latest from the Bills and the other teams around the league, Sal Capaccio will have all of it for you at WGR550.com. Also, the Bills picked up the fifth-year option for tight end Dalton Kincaid. In other news around the NFL, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Las Vegas will be the host city for the Super Bowl in 2029. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the NFL plans to begin hiring replacement officials before the May 31st expiration of its labor deal with the NFLRA. And the Browns owner said he believes Deshaun Watson has a, quote, great chance to succeed this season under head coach Todd Monken. In AAA baseball, the Bisons 1-2 after opening against the Rail Riders. They're back in action against the Syracuse Mets today with a 1:05 first pitch, and the Red Wings open up 2-1 in their series with the Jumbo Shrimp. They're back in action against the Rail Riders today at 4:05. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrate with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Yeah, I think Dalton did get stronger. I think the knee, I think his whole body, he did hold up better. I think just the knee was bothersome. And what happens, John, is, you're fighting that battle of rest and not playing and getting out of rhythm versus keeping them going. So we tried to, you're in season, you can't just shut them down. So we tried to manage that. His reps kind of came like when he was on the field, it was, for a lot of the time, it was probably a passing situation. We'd like for it to be where he's able to play more. Dawson probably ended up playing the most just because of where Dalton was. But the number one thing is let's get it stronger. Not only the knee itself, but around the knee.
Bills GM Brandon Beane from the owners' meetings on Dalton Kincaid. They picked up his fifth-year option. That's an easy call. His number at tight end is very low for the fifth-year option.
Do we think if that number wasn't that low, though, that they would be doing this?
I think they would be doing this.
No matter what?
I think so.
Because they're talking like, we just cannot trust this dude to be healthy. And that his knee, it won't get healthy. It has been a problem of his going back to pre-draft. Like Utah. Like he didn't participate in the combine. And that's why if you go look up, like, hey, what was Dalton Kincaid's RAS score or his 40 time? Like, it doesn't exist. Yeah. He wasn't healthy, so he didn't do any of that stuff during that spring. And has he ever really not had it with the Bills? Just kind of a constant for him. And they keep talking like they want him to play more, but yet that has not happened or doesn't appear that it's on the way to happening. So I don't know. Like, if the number was $15 million, I don't think that they would be – I don't know why they would be doing it.
If you want to go conspiracy theory, it's not that much of a conspiracy, more of a – was DJ Moore their favorite target because he's a guy that, well, knock on wood, never misses time?
Mm-hmm.
You have a choice between, you would trade for a receiver that's battled some soft tissue stuff or a guy that never misses time.
Mm-hmm.
I've got guys that miss time. What was last season, and what has Beane's pursuit of pass catcher been plagued by? You could say lack of investment, but if you want to defend him, Curtis Samuel, how'd it go? Couldn't stay healthy. Josh Palmer, how'd it go? Couldn't stay healthy last season. Dalton Kincaid, how goes it? Can't stay healthy. Keon Coleman, immaturity, and he was hurt. Getting hurt year one kind of derailed Coleman. Shakir has stayed healthy. Is it possible when they're out there looking and thinking, we need a pass catcher, it's, oh, we know this guy, and he's always ready?
Do I want to just 1,000% in black Sharpie cross off Jordan Tyson from their draft board right now?
Because of hamstring issues?
Uh-huh.
Maybe. Would you cross off Chris Bell because he's recovering from an ACL? Would you cross off?
He might be different because you could probably get him later.
That's right.
Tyson, you'd have to make your first-round pick.
Casey Concepcion, maybe he came in for a visit because he had a knee scope and they want to take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like medical matters, of course, but they might have leaned on more because of ability and because of availability.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, he's missed what 3 games in.
He always plays.
7 years.
He
or
plays
something.
through stuff. He's his reputation in the league is like this guy never gets hurt. And if he is hurt, you won't know it. He's going to battle through it.
Yeah, he's played 17 games 5 years in a row. He missed 2 games in his second and third year.
There you go. Just something
So
to consider.
he's missed 2 games in 8 years. I think, if I'm looking at this right, he's missed 2 games in 8 years.
803-0550 our number, which kind of gets to if you are the Bills, and he yesterday said first-round receiver is definitely on the table, which, you know, we could debate how much it is a need. If some of your pass catchers are Kincaid, who you don't trust to stay healthy, Coleman, should you trust him? No. Would you trust Josh Palmer to stay healthy? Maybe. He's not had a career of getting hurt.
Yeah, that was different. Like Samuel had been getting hurt every stop, and Palmer missed time really in only 1 season before last year.
Yeah. So
And he missed 6 games in his third year. And every other year he was pretty much healthy.
Does that all add up to moving receiver up their board more than people might think because they think, well, we've got guys, but we don't know if they'll play or how much they'll play. And if Kincaid is an unavailable type of guy who is just, you know, in and out of your lineup, like let's get another pass catcher so we can have another body to throw out there. They need more for sure, but
Well, how much do they consider more a long-term option, and how much do they feel comfortable not worrying about, all right, who do I got available to Josh in 3 years? Because if you trust more to be one of those guys, you would with Shakir, I think, at this point. And you can't say that about Coleman, and I don't think you can say that about Kincaid right now. Like, Kincaid's really going to have to prove to them he can play for an entire year, not get banged up. And I think probably you have to prove to them he can play more than he does. Like, I think it'll be very interesting, the conversation about whether or not he gets an extension from this team if it looks something like what last year did, which is, you know, he's good. It's really efficient. He looks like a dangerous player when he's out there, but he's not out there all that often. And he doesn't play all the time in different situations because they have to wrap him in bubble wrap all the time. He can't play rundowns. He can't block not even because he's not good at it, because they're afraid of what it'll do to his body if you throw him out there for 15 snaps blocking every single week. Like, and that'll make comparables tougher, right? Like, oh, let's see what the 5th highest paid tight end in the league makes. Well, that guy's on the field 90% of the time. I just think the conversation about him, if he can't prove to them, oh, I can be on the field for you all year, all situations, and I'm just a darn good tight end, I don't know what that will sound like, paying a part-time player on your offense.
803-0550. He did say there also that he is like, he makes them somewhat predictable, right?
When he's on the field.
When he's on the field, we are a little bit more predictable. And one thing about Kincaid is, year over year, his yards per reception has gone up, and last year went up a lot. 14.6 yards per reception was a career high by 4.5 yards. He's only 3 years in the league, but you know, if you give him 90 targets at that number, that's a 1,000-yard tight end. And I part of my feeling on Kincaid is, like, if we go far enough back, he was probably always a little bit oversold as what it was going to be. And that's probably true of a lot of tight ends. You draft a tight end, and what is it? This guy's Kelsey. He's Travis Kelsey. He's best hands in the class and matchup nightmare. And the Bills have certainly had success using him when he's on the field. But, you know, you draft that guy in the first round, add him to this offense, and the belief might have been that right away he's going to be incredible. And you know, you go back to the rookie season, and it sometimes is talked about as one of the best tight end seasons in league history for rookies. And that is not that crazy to say it that way, but 673 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, what kind of season really is that? You're saying it was a record because 73 catches from
It was the catches.
But that, to me, that is like a league construct. Tight ends get more catches now. Guys like Kincaid are on the field more now. I think last season is probably, for me, the much more enticing role.
Mm-hmm.
In his rookie season, he had 32 first downs on 73 catches. Last year, he had 27 first downs on half the catches.
Mm-hmm.
Last season's the year where we really see Kincaid being much more of a vertical presence, and when he's on the field, much more dynamic in terms of how they used him. So I know that first year looks on paper like it's one of the best rookie seasons a tight end's ever had. Yeah, in a PPR league, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not in what the actual production might have been for yards and touchdowns and first downs. So whatever. His catch rate last season was right back where it was. One thing you and I had charted is rookie season catch percentage was 80%.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievably good throw to this guy. And then it dropped to 58 in year 2.
Right.
Last year was 79.6. It was right back there.
Yeah, it was like one of the highest improvements from one year to the next in that number, like the position's ever seen.
Yeah. So like
But part of it was so low in the second year.
because it had been one of the biggest drops you'd ever
Right.
seen.
Right.
So on the field, healthy in this offense, I think there are lots of things to like. It's just, do they trust him to be on the field in this offense?
And we really haven't seen what it does look like. Do they think he's an all-around tight end at some point? Like, is he just a tight end? Is he? He's not Kittle. He's not going to be a monster like that. But is he? Is he even Evan Ingram? Like, just a guy that can play 3/4 of the time and be out there and run downs and be okay.
Yeah.
And like not get. I don't feel like when I remember back to his rookie year, that there were some stuff about his blocking, like, this is going better than we thought it was. Like, he doesn't have to be Jimmy Graham, where he never blocks at all. Like, here he is. A lot of times it was because he was matched up on smaller players, but here he is wrecking a safety down the field. Like, there were plays like that, and I just don't know that we'll ever see that really, truly tested because they will be so afraid to play him enough to have it be worth it. I mean, even the efficiency, I would not assume that will stay the same if you were to double the volume, which that's where you'd want to be. 49 targets last year. I want that to double. How many tight ends last year in the league had as many targets as he did? 32.
Yeah.
The Titans had 2 tight ends with more targets than Dalton. Gunnar Helm had more targets than Dalton Kincaid did last year. Who's that? I think you got to get to a place where, because he's good, you got to get to a place where you can trust him to be on the field so that I can get him 70 targets. That's not even a big number.
Yeah.
70 targets, that's less than receptions he had in his rookie year.
803-0550, our phone number. Freddie in Connecticut. Hey, Freddie.
Hey, guys, it just occurs to me that this all comes back to the same thing again, which is the man who's in charge of making those decisions, right? Like, Kincaid isn't what he thought he was. Do we pick up the option? What do we do in the draft? Do we take a defensive end? Well, if Boogie Basham had hit, maybe we wouldn't have to. Do we take a receiver? If Keon Coleman had hit, maybe we wouldn't have to. If Mel Kiper keeps mocking the Bills, the cornerback, well, if Kyer Elam had hit, who knows, right? And it's just like all the conversations about cap space and draft capital and things, none of it matters if the guy at the top can't make the right decision, and he's the guy who got extended.
Right. I would ask about Kincaid, though. Is he different than what they thought he was, or is it just his knee is screwed up? Has he not been the player when on the field that they thought he was?
No, he probably has been.
I think he has been. I think he is the ultimate example of that's just the guy that hasn't been able to stay healthy.
803-0550. Thanks, Freddie. Being certainly in the spotlight, under the microscope, you see a lot of fans ready for him. You got to prove it. You got to have a good year. Got to have a good year of acquisitions, whether that's DJ Moore, this first-round pick. He's due for a couple of moves that immediately look like they're good moves and work to kind of get people back on his side a little bit. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Sabres talk, Sabres Islanders tonight, and your calls. We'll get more on what Brandon Beane had to say yesterday at owners' meetings, and we're also going to yell at the Browns at some point. At least I'm going to. Well, speaking of goalie, the Sabres are making UPL the guy. Boy, like, I have a new experience with the Sabres, which is they won a million games, 35 out of 40, had one of the best runs in the league's history.
Yep.
And they're still obviously very good. They've had a good season. Now, any change gets made, and I think, oh, wait a minute. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn? Not that they shouldn't. Just every single thing is, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's going to be okay? This team wins all the time. Zach Metsa going down? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? And now, hold on a minute. The goalie situation that was heralded as this is part of the cheat code. They found a hack. They got all the way here. And now it's going to be like, actually, you know what? We're done with that. It's UPL now, back to back. Now, UPL's played very, very, very good. There's no disputing that. So we're ditching the plan and going to a new plan, it would appear. Right?
For now.
I
think they're going to see if Luukkonen can grab it by the horns. I think that they probably want that to be the situation. If they could choose, I think Luukkonen is the obvious guy that you would choose to be your true number one.
Why would you choose? That's my question. The whole idea
Jeremy, what I'm here
was
for.
you
Z-Bar,
didn't have
it is
to choose because they were making it easy by being well-rested, and you didn't feel any need to choose. Wanting to choose introduces, I want that because what? He's under contract longer? I guess. He makes more money? I get.
He's younger.
Why would I really care which guy it is that is the one I want to choose?
I think it's more than that. It's that I think Luukkonen's ceiling is a lot higher. Luukkonen can do more to steal games if he can find it consistently than Lyon can. Lyon's got a really good baseline that I think he finds at a really high rate, but Luukkonen has got an upper tier to his game that I don't think Lyon can quite get to. I think his size, his athleticism is on a different level than anybody else they've got around, whether that be Lyon or even Ellis. And I think that they know that that could win them an extra game, and that's what it's about in the playoffs. And, why choose? Because the split is rarely a thing that works in the playoffs. That's why you choose. If I was Lyon, putting myself in the goalie shoes again, and I knew I had 2 bad games in a row, and now Luukkonen gets another one, I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, that makes sense.
So does that
I don't
mean,
even know the last time Luukkonen had 2 bad games in a row.
Luukkonen
hasn't had 2 bad games in a row, you could argue, since December 5th and 8th.
Right.
That may be true. Sure, okay, so riding the hot goalie. On quality starts this year, Lyon has a better quality start percentage.
Right. Well, he didn't have one since
a bad one?
November.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Before the last 2.
Sorry I had 2 bad days. One of those is a Detroit game where the team didn't show up for the first period.
Yeah.
The other is a game that you, by your own words, said, we need big saves out of you in the third period. This is Anaheim. He made them. They came back to get the lead, and then he gave up a goal on a power play, on a penalty kill, and then won in overtime. So, you were down 2 in the third and said, we're going to need big saves out of you. I gave you those big saves, and that was my bad start.
It was kind of like the Tampa game for Luukkonen. You battled and, you did allow a lot, but there were some nice things. Either way, I'd want to qualify both of those starts as that wasn't great.
Yeah,
for either one of them.
Good saves go a certain length to making it into a good game, but bad goals go further, and he gave up bad goals in those games, and those matter more. Those are bigger. They make a bigger difference. It's just you can make 7 good saves in a game. You give up 2 bad ones, it's a bad game. That's just the reality of the good job.
Isn't that, by the way, a little devil's advocate here, I just don't really know what to think about it all. Which, whatever, they go to Luukkonen. Maybe, are they just flipping and will Lyon get the next game?
It's entirely possible.
Are we right back to alternating? Or does that depend on whether or not Luukkonen has a good game against the Islanders tonight? It feels like the whole thing is kind of up in the air. Isn't goals save above expected? Isn't that entire concept to fight back against that idea? That one bad one undoes 7 good saves? Because I've got the data is designed to say, all right, you gave up 1, you shouldn't. You're a -1. But these 7 should have gone in. You saved it back. You're even.
Yeah, true. looking at it on paper, but that is not the way any coach or goaltender themselves even thinks about it. It's the way it all works, the way.
Out-of-town scoreboard last night, the Islanders got hammered by the Penguins. They'll be in town tonight, an 8-5 number. Colorado put up 9.
That first period was the most utterly dominant period I've ever seen in my life. I threw it on because it was like intermission of the Islanders game. They had 26 shots on goal in the first period, and it was 5-0.
They played Calgary, who's a mess.
That's also
Vegas
true.
got to win in Tort's debut. Hey, if you want to look smart, hire your coach right before you play the Canucks this year. Vegas beat the Canucks. Toronto, there was a fight. They fought Radko Gudas. They also fired their GM in Toronto.
Gudas did not throw a punch.
Macklin Celebrini became the 6th teenager to get to 100 points in a season. 1,000 would be pretty
That'd
impressive.
Be a lot.
Back in a moment. George, stick with us. Get to your phone calls. Some Sabres, some Bills mixed in on owners' meetings. Chad DeDominicis on the Sabres, the Mets situation, the Luukkonen decision, all that coming up with Chad at 7:30 and Beck Malenstyn at 8 on WGR.
If I was lying, like putting myself in the goalie shoes again, and I knew I had 2 bad games in a row, and now Luukkonen gets another one, I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, that makes sense.
So does that
I don't
mean,
even know the last time Luukkonen had 2 bad games in a row.
Does that-
Luukkonen hasn't had 2 bad games in a row, you could argue, since December 5th and 8th.
Right.
That may be true. Sure, okay, so riding the hot goalie. On quality starts this year, Lyon has a better quality start percentage.
Right. Well, he didn't have one since like
a bad one?
November.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Before
So,
the last 2.
Sorry I had 2 bad days. One of those is a Detroit game where the team didn't show up for the first period.
Yeah.
The other is a game that you, by your own words, said, we need big saves out of you in the third period. This is Anaheim. He made them. They came back to get the lead, and then he gave up a goal on a power play, on a penalty kill, and then won in overtime. So, you were down 2 in the third and said, we're going to need big saves out of you. I gave you those big saves, and that was my bad start.
It was kind of like the Tampa game for Luukkonen. Like, you battled and, you did allow a lot, but there were some nice things. Like, either way, I'd want to qualify both of those starts as that wasn't great.
Yeah,
for either one of them.
Good saves go a certain length to making it into a good game, but bad goals go further, and he gave up bad goals in those games, and those matter more. Those are bigger. They make a bigger difference. It's just you can make 7 good saves in a game. You give up 2 bad ones, it's a bad game. That's just the reality of the good job.
Isn't that, by the way, a little devil's advocate here, I just don't really know what to think about it all. Which, whatever, they go to Luukkonen. Maybe are they just flipping, and will Lyon get the next game?
It's entirely
Are we
possible.
right back to alternating, or does that depend on whether or not Luukkonen has a good game against the Islanders tonight? It feels like the whole thing is kind of up in the air. Isn't goals save above expected? Isn't that entire concept to fight back against that idea that one bad one undoes 7 good saves? Because I've got the data is designed to say, all right, you gave up 1, you shouldn't. You're a -1, but these 7 should have gone in. You saved it back. You're even.
Yeah, true. Looking at it on paper, but that is not the way any coach or goaltender themselves even thinks about it. It's the way it all works, the way the position is thought about, and the way it is approached. A bad goal does more damage to your ability to win the game than the big save does, because you're supposed to make the big saves. You're not supposed to give up bad goals. That's your expectation as a goaltender. Is you make every save you should plus a couple extra, and if you give up a bad one, then you're in trouble.
After getting back in the win column the other night, the Sabres, they're back in action at home against the Islanders. They've recalled Zach Metza from Rochester, and per our own Paul Hamilton from practice yesterday, it looks like Lindy Ruff may be going away from the goalie rotation. Luukkonen had his own net, which means he likely plays tonight. Kesselring and Greenway are also both options. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Just under 1 month away from the NFL draft, and the owners' meetings began over the weekend. Bills general manager Brandon Beane spoke with the media yesterday. You can find that on demand at our website. The AFC Coaches Breakfast is today as well for the latest from the Bills and other teams around the league. Sal Capaccio will have all the updates throughout on WGR550.com. Also, the Bills picked up the fifth-year option for tight end Dalton Kincaid. In other news around the league, NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the NFL, quote, plans to begin hiring replacement officials before the May 31st expiration of its labor deal with the NFLRA. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Las Vegas will be the host city for the Super Bowl in 2029. And the Browns owner said he believes Deshaun Watson has a great chance to succeed this season under head coach Todd Monken. In AAA baseball, the Bisons 1-2 after opening against the Rail Riders. They're back in action against the Syracuse Mets today with a 1:05 first pitch. The Red Wings opened up 2-1 in their series with the Jumbo Shrimp. They're back in action against the Rail Riders today at 4:05. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
You got DJ, you got Khalil, you got Palmer, you got Keon, we got McCole Hardman. We got, a number of guys. What's another piece? If there's a guy we think that's another piece, you could also, does the guy do anything extra other than receiver? Is he a gunner? Is he a punt returner? Like all those conversations, how does he get to game day? How does he help us? Is he getting a jersey? Those will be the conversations. But yes, if there's a dynamic player that can help us, starter or not at receiver, we would take him at 26.
Bills GM Brandon Beane. I'm going to go ahead and say real quick, if the guy's also a gunner, he's not rating on whether or not you've taken one for me.
Fair. But
you can't be also a gunner.
I know.
You can be a punt returner.
That's where I wanted to go with this, because he's talking about the first round there. That's what the question was about, drafting one early.
Okay.
And does DJ Moore take you out of a receiver at 26? No. He might have to do other things as a part of that answer. Guess who does other things?
Casey Concepcion.
He returns.
Have you seen?
And how common is it? Hey, first-round receiver, getting his feet wet in the league. This was Xavier Worthy in Kansas City. This has been a million guys along the way. Sure, they're going to do some things on offense for you, and what also are they? They're your returner.
Have you seen some of the highlights of Casey Concepcion also playing running back?
I've not seen that. I've seen clips of him as a returner, and it looks very good.
Listen, maybe
but not as a running back, no.
It's early. Let me snark a little bit.
He also threw a touchdown pass, I believe, at some point. I saw that.
If we can convince the Bills Concepcion's a running back, they'll use a top 100 pick on him. They do top 100 picks on running backs, 3 times?
He did complete 2 passes in college for 45 yards and a touchdown.
Concepcion yesterday I saw mocked to go in the second round. I've also seen him mocked to go 13th.
I don't know how he falls like that.
Yeah.
Drops are that big a deal for everybody that he's going to fall to round 2 when he's good at everything else? Is he good at blocking? Maybe he's not good at blocking.
He's not the best blocker.
Okay, so he's not a good blocker and he has some drop problems. That's enough?
You know what's funny about this whole conversation is I think a lot of Bills fans would acknowledge, by the way, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. Sabres game night tonight. We got lots of Sabres coming up in a bit. On Concepcion or any receiver conversation, maybe this is how it goes every year, where you got a lot of needs, and you could justify going any number of directions. But even the most hardcore, they need to get a defensive end or linebacker fan, if they pulled the card and said, Casey Concepcion, you would find it impossible not to think, oh, this offense is going to be unstoppable. Just add another piece here. And the DJ Moore trade, to me, it of course doesn't take the need off the table. For me, it took the likelihood of first-round receiver and really faded it quite a bit. And I'm still going to just live there. I'm not going to, get bent out of shape if it's not a first-round receiver. Of course, there are a couple of good ideas. There are good ideas at edge rusher.
Yep, I heard Mina Kimes and Brett Coleman on their podcast yesterday. They put Keldrick Falk on the Bills.
Okay.
Defensive end from Auburn. Fine. Fine. Although I did look him up, and the first thing that was written was a tall, powerful defensive lineman, which sounds like something they've already got, but edge rusher in general is not like a terrible idea almost with any of them. I mean, bend and speed is what you'd prefer. Bean yesterday got asked that, and I don't know that he sounded, would he? I mean, it's March, it's before the draft. You want to tip your hand, not just the position, but the type at the position that you want, but he didn't really give much about, like, it needs to be a guy with bend, for instance. But I still feel like that's the best idea at edge rusher, and this Falk is not that.
803-0550, our phone number to join us if you'd like to, 1-888-550-2550. Owners' meetings, couple quick things to wrap up from owners' meetings. The most interesting thing they were going to discuss didn't even get discussed because the Browns pulled it. Hey, should we be able to trade draft picks 5 years out? Oh, that's interesting. Never mind. We don't even want to vote on it. What's the point here? What are we doing?
Right.
Not even going to vote on it? You're too busy?
Did you see who had the tweet? Oh, I want to find it. Was it Ian Rappaport? Yes, it was. Some of these insiders lately have been driving me nuts with, like, the bidding they do for agents and teams or whatever. So Tom Pelissero reports the Browns withdrew their rule proposal that would allow teams to trade picks up to 5 years in advance. By the way, did that come after Sean McVay said there was a 0.0% chance it was going to pass? Because McVay said that yesterday.
I didn't know he said that.
He said it on the Kay Adams show. She asked him about it. Like, yeah, there's a 0% chance it's going to go through. That might have been before.
Okay.
So Pelissero reports that. And then here comes Ian Rappaport with the tweet of, the Browns achieved their goal of generating discussion and forcing teams to discuss it.
Oh, yes.
Because, of course, everyone knows the goal when proposing a rule in any context of life is not actually to get the rule through. It's to force people to talk about it. The dumbest thing I've ever seen. They achieved their goal.
I just wanted to get everyone talking about draft picks.
It doesn't even sound like they talked about it. They pulled it on day one before they even really got into anything.
It's the 0.0% chance of passing.
McVay did say that, yeah.
All right. That's because they thought that they needed to protect teams from themselves. I just don't understand the idea.
No, right. McVay didn't get into it either. Like, I still don't understand the counterpoint to it. Why is it such a bad idea?
I think the best idea about it is not thinking about it like, well, a team might trade 5 firsts. Don't think about it like that. Think about it instead that I might trade you 3 firsts. I just want to have them be every other year for 5 years. Mm-hmm. If Brandon Beane wanted to trade 3 firsts for Myles Garrett, he wants to. And the Browns want 3 firsts. If Beane were given the chance to say, how about I give you 26, 28, and 30? Would the Browns say yes to that? That's 3 firsts. You get them, they're spread out a little bit, and I don't have a completely empty pipeline to first-round picks for the entirety of this player being here. To me, it just opened up some flexibility, and while the headline might be more along the lines of, could teams trade 5 firsts? No. They would just be able to, borrow from a little further in the future, and I think that would have been a good idea, but it got slammed down.
Bean compared it yesterday. He got asked about it too to the NBA and how they have it so that you can spread picks out like way long in the future. I wondered if one reason why there was no chance it would pass is owners would be the ones that would get in the way of it because they don't want GMs. I don't know. They don't want GMs affecting a future that they're not guaranteed to be a part of.
Okay, then just say no. I'm your boss.
Right. You could
don't do it.
Yeah, you as the owner can stop your GM from doing it whenever you want.
We'll allow it, and if I don't want you to do it, I'll say don't do it.
Right. There's not. I don't think there was a good argument against it. It's not like it's the most important rule in the world. I don't think it would have been used that often. But why not have it be allowed? It just was very strange to me. There was such a pushback on it the day everybody got there.
Yeah. 803-0550 to join us. George in Buffalo. George, good morning.
Hey, good morning. It's funny thinking about the wide receiver, maybe first round idea. I do think that they have to, it's a good idea to get one because this, like I said, like I was telling my friend, the cost control is there. I know it's, we tried that last year or a couple of years ago with Keon, but I think they got to go, maybe try to do that again this year because DJ Moore is going to age out in a couple of years, most likely, or they're going to cut him or whatever it is. And they just got to get somebody in the pipeline that they can have cost control, over. And, but the Concepcion idea is nice, but I think that hype train is in full motion, and I can't imagine that he'll get to them at that point. But we'll see. The reason I called was, man, Metsä to me, he's like the secret sauce or the good luck charm or whatever you want to say about him. There's something about the guy that's the team seems to really admire. The fan base seems to admire. He's almost got this type of I don't know, kind of maybe it's a Rudy complex or something like that about him, but I just think they got to keep him in there and not mess around too much. And the idea of maybe I think if Adams was here, I think the idea of signing Benson or to an extension soon. Maybe they have to wait for Skinner's kind of contract to, expire a little bit, the money they're giving him, but maybe a couple 2-3 year extension and then sign him to a big year deal. I'd much rather sign him. I'm not saying they're the same player, but I'd much rather have him signed than Tuck for what he's looking for that long term. So
thanks,
that's the reason I called, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be different if Adams would be here. I mean, they're not going to not sign Benson, though. Like, he's a restricted free agent. It just comes down to whether they would do it, I guess, on a long-term deal. And I'm sure Paul said this earlier in the week, right? Like, it's going to depend on whether Tuck signs. If Tuck signs a long-term deal, then Benson's probably getting a bridge deal. But Benson might want that anyway. If I were Zach Benson, I'd want a bridge deal. Cap's going up. I haven't put up a giant season yet points-wise. I took a step towards that this year. I'm only 20 years old. Let me sign a 2-year deal. I'd rather do that than sign for $6 million now, see if I can make $9 million in a couple of years. So if I were Benson, I wouldn't want the long-term deal anyway. And Metsä, is it going to go this well in the playoffs is still the question. It can go this well throughout the entire regular season, and you can love it, but it shouldn't be about how good it's looked. It's how good do you think it will look in the playoffs. If you think it will keep going because he's smart and is pretty composed in his own end, that he'll keep getting results, then I think you put him in. But you might think he's going to get run over because he's 5'9".
Who's going to run him over? Who are they playing that's going to run him over? They're playing Boston. Is he going to get run over? They're playing Ottawa. They're playing.
I would be quicker to say it about Ottawa.
I guess. Well, all
Brady
I would say,
Tkachuk is going to run him over.
Okay. All I would say about it is, should the Sabres plan for the series they think they're going to get, or the series that they do get? Because not every series will be the same.
Right. Not every opponent will be like that.
You might have a first round opponent where you think like, oh, this will be totally fine. I don't have to worry about him getting run over. And then if there is a series where you worry about him getting run over, you wait to see it happen. And then if it happens, all right, we'll plan accordingly. It would not be anything unusual for a team to, especially like a third pair defenseman, like, oh, it's not going well. Okay, we'll roll out other guys for 40 minutes,
right,
and make it to the next game and make our adjustment. I'm not saying you can't pre-scout and look at how he has played or anybody has played against any one of these teams, but he's become folklore on some level, right? Because when he's on the ice, they don't get scored against. And he's not on the ice a lot, but it's useful. Certainly useful. 803-0550, Sabres and Islanders tonight at KeyBank Center.
You know, like the opponent point is good because I'm looking right now like average size by team in the NHL. And you know who – actually, you know what's funny? You know who the smallest team headed to the playoffs is?
Tell me it's Boston.
No, it's Colorado.
Okay.
But in the East, the smallest team that's heading to the playoffs, in fact, I think the only one – no, there might be one other – that's under 200 pounds on average is Montreal. And what's their reputation? It's not physicality and playoff experience and, you know, bullying you. It's speed up and down the ice, Caulfield, and skill, and that's their most likely opponent right now. So I like you bring up the opponent because, right, if they get matched up with Montreal, I'm not going to want to make a single point about any of this with Metsä, about size and getting bullied out of a series. What's the series with Montreal probably going to be? Up and down the ice, trading chances.
River hockey.
Kinda. And that's the series I think I'd want Metsä over certainly Schenn and probably Timmins as well.
803-0550. One other thing from the NFL owners' meetings, the Rams explored trading Davante Adams. Any chance the Bills were on the other end of those phone calls?
I mean, they seemingly were 2 years ago, right, when he was available at the deadline.
And he's still very good.
I would imagine he warrants a phone call. You were interested 2 years ago. He's still really good, right? What was last year for him? He was the number 2, but still a very good receiver in a good offense. So, yeah, how different would he have been than the DJ Moore trade?
His cap hit is $28 million. He's 34.
Okay.
He was also still very good.
34.
For 34, yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know how last year went. I would want a deeper dive on that. He had 60 catches on 114 targets. The stats don't look great on the surface. He had a lot of touchdowns. He led the league in touchdowns with 14.
Yeah, that's how they used him.
But 789 yards on 114 targets is not good at all.
No, not so much.
So I don't know. Maybe he's slowing down.
Mike in PA. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, 2 things real quick. Jeremy, are you a Cuse guy?
Yes.
You are. All right. So a friend of mine's son committed there, and true freshman. Probably going to make some waves there. His name's Shavane Anderson Jr., so be on the lookout for him. He's out of York, Pennsylvania. Phenomenal size, 6'1". So I wanted to plug him. He's probably going to be the starter from everything I'm hearing. And back to the receiver, the Bills got to make a move. Whether they sit and draft Concepcion or they trade up. I mean, I'm in the market of if I need a receiver, let's go make a splash. Even if you're giving up next year's number 1 to get one of these guys that are, top tier talented wide receivers, they've got to make a move for that. And that's just my opinion. And I would be willing to give away next year's number 1 to jump up to get one of these elite guys.
Well, I just think there's no chance they'll do that, though. The idea that they would use 2 firsts and a second to add 2 receivers after a decade of not using much at all.
Well, and who would be the guy?
Tate. You're getting up next year's first. You're doing it for Tate.
Is that the only one?
Yes.
That mock I mentioned earlier, he went 5th to the Giants. So that wouldn't even be. You can't even trade up to that. That's just not even in your ballpark. Yeah, I don't think they would trade up. I'm more and more just liking and accepting the idea of, 3rd round. Just give it to me in the 3rd round. That's fine. Mm-hmm. It's enough of an asset. Or, there's Bean again yesterday talking about the idea of trading down. Can they get a second-round pick? And can I get a receiver at the end of the second?
You really can't get a second-round pick unless you're trading with the Bears.
Because they have 2?
Yes. The idea of sliding into the second, people love to just give them extra picks. It just doesn't really happen. Right. What you're probably talking about is a revisitation of the Coleman trade, which is you go down
and you get another third.
And you didn't even get another third. You slide from the 4th to the 3rd.
Yeah.
So you probably won't add picks. You might.
If I get to 2 picks in the 3rd round, though, that's only increasing the likelihood they'll draft a 3rd-round receiver.
Maybe. If you drop from the 1st to the 2nd and move from the 4th to the 3rd, which I'm going to do it like I always do it. How come trading up is bad, but that kind of trade up is not bad?
No, I know.
Everyone agrees trading up is bad, but if you do it as part of a trade down, then it's good.
Yep. No, that pick for that trade has never been remembered, or it's always been Coleman and Dwayne Carter for Xavier Worthy when the Chiefs got a safety who plays in the 4th round.
Yeah.
In the same trade.
How many teams would take it? Maybe a lot would say, will you drop down 10 spots in the 1st round to move up 20 spots in the 4th? Some teams might, at the end of the 1st round, take that. It seems to be what they do instead of adding picks.
Right.
But if you were to do it the other way around, imagine it's the 3rd round, and you get the news the Bills have traded up from the 4th to the 3rd. Mm-hmm. In exchange, next year, they've agreed to slide from the 1st to the 2nd. You'd say that's insane. Why would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
I know. Trading down is viewed as good. almost all the time.
I am not generally trade down guy, and I think it's way overstated how that is always a good idea. This year, though, I am not. I'm being convinced that that's not a bad idea for them. And it is about the amount of holes that they have. And it's also about,
because
for me personally,
they traded their second.
And they traded their second, which that can be frustrating in this part of it. But it also is, other than Concepcion, I don't really have an idea that I'm in love with for them at 26. And part of that is the edge rushers, like the guy Falk, who got mocked to them yesterday, or whether it is who are some of the other, our Mason Thomas, maybe a little bit. Like the defensive end ideas, I don't know that there's anything I'm in love with there other than just the concept of I'm good with them picking a defensive end at 26. So that's a part of it. Concepcion is the guy, like, I would not trade down at all. Just take him, love him. But I don't know. I still don't understand why he would be there for them at 26.
No, I don't think he will. And the edge rusher class, there'll be some ideas. There'll be some options. Buff in Dallas. Although there's some that say you can get an edge rusher in the third. That would be...
That's what I mean, too.
Both these positions have that as an option.
There doesn't sound like there is a cutoff right there with defensive end. Like, if that was being talked about, like, hey, it's going to be close. You might get one of these top 6 guys, but if you don't get one at 20, like, there might be one of them left at 26. That's not how it's being talked about. It's, Falk could be there, and Cassius Howell could be there. Cassius Howell could slide into the second round, or T.J. Parker, or R. Mason Thomas. And there are a bunch of these guys that are all like, they're bottom of the first, early second. Like, they're all kind of in the same bucket.
Buff in Dallas next up, the draft 3 weeks from Thursday. Hey, Buff, good morning.
Hey, good morning. For me, just by hearing Brandon yesterday, his comment, I doubt they're going to even get a receiver in this draft. But like I said, you have to. You got to make a move because just this roster is just like a repeat from last season, man. I don't see anybody at that position that's really going to make an impact except DJ Moore. He's a great route runner. He can get behind the defense, and once teams start keying on him, and then they shut the run down. We don't have anybody else that can make a play. So, tell me if I'm seeing something else. But for me, I think they're going to trade down, like you alluded to. It's classic Brandon Beane, the stock picks, and so that's just my opinion.
Thanks, Buff. I don't know that it's classic Beane to amass picks. Sometimes they've traded down. Sometimes they trade up. They traded up for Elam. They traded up for Kincaid. They traded up for Cody Ford. They traded up for Dawson Knox. Mm-hmm. They trade up they trade up a lot. A couple spots. Usually they see a guy within striking distance, and they're willing to pay a fourth to move up. And
Kincaid in round 1 is the one that's most important.
There's one.
Like, and Elam, right? Like, will you do it in round 1 is to me the most, because you'll do it in round 3, you'll do it in round 4, but will you do it in round 1? It's been a couple years, but it hasn't been that long. And those were small trade-ups, but they were still, I'm going to move up 3-4 spots for something here that would be Concepcion to me. Or it would be one of these edge rushers, but that's how I get Concepcion, is I'm willing to go up to 22 and spend whatever it costs to move up 5 spots to get the guy I love.
Thanks, Buff. 803-0550. Linebacker and defensive end, like, you also have to consider, especially with linebacker. Linebacker is the position that is team-specific, role-specific. Like, you see the discourse about Arvell Reese over the last couple of weeks. He ran a drill and looked slow, turning around a bag. And, like, okay, he's not going to have to do a 6 to 12 turn around a bag on the field. Like, who cares about this drill? Off-ball linebacker is a position that's just like, the way the way the draft evaluates this position, because some of the linebackers are going to be off-ball linebackers, some of the linebackers are going to be like NASCAR rushers.
Well, he's supposed to be some of both.
Supposed
on
to
that, and that is, I think, where the debate is right now, is how much of both is he? Because it's not that he's Micah Parsons. Parsons was some of that out of Penn State. Like, he can do both.
And Parsons
but he was so good as an edge rusher, he was just never going to play off-ball linebacker. It's not valuable enough.
He went 11th, right?
Reese doesn't sound like he's good enough as a pass rusher to do the same thing with. Where, he'll transition to just being an edge rusher because the off-ball part's is not valuable enough. I don't think he's good enough at all that stuff. So
803-0550. On the Sabres, when we get back on Zach Metza, we've got Chad DeDominicis of Expected Buffalo. Talk a little about the numbers, the clinching scenarios, and the Sabres tweaks. They are tweaking, right? Metza down, Metza up. Third pair stuff. UPL's net now. Lots to get to with Chad from Expected Buffalo. Hang with us. We got that coming up at 7:30. We've got Beck Malenstyn of the Sabres on a game day at 8 o'clock. Sabres and Islanders at KeyBank Center this evening. Well, speaking of goalie, the Sabres are making UPL the guy. Boy, I have a new experience with the Sabres, which is they won a million games, 35 out of 40, had one of the best runs in the league's history.
Yep.
And they're still obviously very good. They've had a good season. Now, any change gets made, and I think, wait a minute. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Shen? Not that they shouldn't. Just every single thing is, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's going to be okay? This team wins all the time. Zach Metza going down? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? And now, hold on a minute. The goalie situation that was heralded as this is part of the cheat code. They found a hack. They got all the way here. And now it's going to be actually, you know what? We're done with that. It's UPL now, back-to-back. Now, UPL's played very, very, very good. There's no disputing that. So we're ditching the plan and going to a new plan, it would appear. Right?
For now. I think they're going to see if Luukkonen can grab it by the horns. I think that they probably want that to be the situation. If they could choose, I think Luukkonen is the obvious guy that you would choose to be your true number one.
Why would you choose? That's my question. The whole idea was you didn't have to choose because they were making it easy by being well-rested, and you didn't feel any need to choose. Wanting to choose introduces, I want that because what? He's under contract longer? I guess. He makes more money? I get.
He's younger.
Why would I really care which guy it is that is the one I want to choose?
I think it's more than that. It's that I think Luukkonen's ceiling is a lot higher. Luukkonen can do more to steal games if he can find it consistently than Lyon can. Lyon's got a really good baseline that I think he finds at a really high rate, but Luukkonen has got an upper tier to his game that I don't think Lyon can quite get to. I think his size, his athleticism is on a different level than anybody else they've got around, whether that be Lyon or even Ellis. And I think that they know that could win them an extra game, and that's what it's about in the playoffs. And, why choose? Because the split is rarely a thing that works in the playoffs. That's why you choose.
After getting back in the win column the other night, the Sabres are back in action at home against the Islanders. They've recalled Zach Metza from Rochester and per our own Paul Hamilton from practice yesterday. Looks like Lindy Ruff may be going away from the goalie rotation. Luukkonen had his own net, which means he likely plays tonight. Kesselring and Greenway are also both options. Tonight, puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Just under 1 month away from the NFL Draft, the owners' meetings began over the weekend. Bills general manager Brandon Beane spoke with the media yesterday.
Yes, if there's a dynamic player that can help us, starter or not, at receiver, we would take him at 26.
You can find more on demand at our website. The AFC Coaches Breakfast is today. For the latest from the Bills and other teams around the league, Sal Capaccio will have all the updates throughout on WGR550.com. The Bills picked up the fifth-year option for tight end Dalton Kincaid as well. In other news around the league, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Las Vegas will be the host city for the Super Bowl in 2029. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the NFL plans to begin hiring replacement officials before the May 31st expiration of its labor deal with the NFLRA. And the Browns owner said he believes Deshaun Watson has a great chance to succeed under the head coach Todd Monken. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season. The celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet. Visit Odyssey.com/the-night-before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare and a 2-night hotel stay and 2 tickets to the show. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Lambert on the bench, shaking his head. Buffalo power play. Tage Thompson walks it out front. Comes back to the slot for shot. Scores! There it is! Rasmus Dahlin with number 100 of his career on the power play.
Sabres game night tonight. It'll be a puck drop at KeyBank Center with the Islanders, who just got roasted by the Penguins. They gave up 5 in the second period, gave up 8 overall. Sorokin got pulled, and Sorokin could be in net for the Islanders tonight, possibly. Game preview / playoff preview / the team seems to be tweaking the lineup a bit here and there. Chad DeDominicis joining us of Expected Buffalo. Chad on the Western Hotline. Chad, good morning. Finally, our long national nightmare is over. Zach Metza has returned, and we can all lay our swords down. How are you, Chad? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
So how did the Zach Metza news hit you initially, the conversation about it, the fact that he's back? What do the Sabres really have in this player who has had miraculous results on the ice? And there are things to like that, maybe don't match the miraculous results. But where do you kind of come through all of it?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that has to be acknowledged, I think a lot of people talk about it, is the PDO bender he's on, right? So I think he hasn't allowed a 5-on-5 goal since October or something like that, or been on the ice for one, which is pretty crazy. So I think immediately you get caught up in that. You have to acknowledge it with a numbers person. Like, eventually that's going to end. But I guess you want to try to ride that out as long as you can. So there's that part of it. I think he's a fine 6th, 7th defenseman, probably a 7 in a good scenario, good situation. He doesn't do anything crazy. He's calm within his game. You don't notice him much, which is what you want if you want a 7th defenseman. Makes those plays, can move the puck well, is smart enough in the offensive zone to play within the system. Really not going to catch in any bad scenarios. Where it really becomes questionable is the minutes. Now, it's interesting. Before he was sent down, he was actually getting some of the most minutes he's played in a game, and then he was sent down, so that was a little bit weird and odd. But the other thing, too, is the special teams. He doesn't play power play. He doesn't kill penalties. And I think when you're thinking about building a playoff team and a playoff roster moving forward, that certainly is a part of the conversation. I think the way this roster is currently constructed, that he's probably your 6th or 7th best defenseman, and he should be here. How much he's going to play I guess we'll find out with this rotation. I definitely don't anticipate he's going to play today with the 3-3 he just played in Rochester over the weekend. But maybe later in the week he gets back in. It seems like they're rotating, trying to find their best pair, which is a good idea as you go down the stretch. But yeah, I think it's good. They came through on their word that it was just a sundown to get some time in because he wasn't going to play over the weekend, and now he's back.
He doesn't play special teams, which really leads to, I think, for Lindy, like what comes down to is he good enough at 5-on-5 to warrant being in the lineup without that? So I guess, I don't know, like, is he good enough? Is he better enough than Timmins, than Shen, than Kesselring at 5-on-5 to warrant that? Or is it even provable that he is better at 5-on-5 than those guys?
Yeah, I mean, that's where it gets tough because that's when you get into the minutes conversation. Is he better when he plays 10 minutes, 9 minutes? Probably. If he has to play 14, 15 in a playoff situation where it's a heavier game, as we know, teams will target you more in a 7-game series matchup. Those are all things we're not sure. And then you have to get into, well, let's just take Timmins, for example. Mesa is a better 5-on-5 player, but how much better is he at 5-on-5 than Timmins is as a penalty killer? Those are the things you have to have in those conversations. And then, if it is going to be Timmins, then you have to rely on your coach to maybe hide him in certain situations at 5-on-5, gets into the matchups. It's all the fun conversations we haven't had in 14 years that are going to be coming here in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, right. Like we're talking real lineup decisions, roster decisions. You at Expected Buffalo, I saw you celebrated your 6th anniversary of doing all this stuff for the team. And your most recent piece was about, as we get to like 6th, 7th defensemen, to guys that are maybe more important. Josh Norris. Your latest was about Josh Norris and his impact. And, if you're looking, Chad, at the score sheet, you're not seeing Norris a lot. Sometimes there have been they come in bunches, and there have been some impressive performances in some games, but how important will he be, and does he need to be doing more for them, for the Sabres, in order for them to get to their best form?
Yeah, but I mean, the whole thing that drove me to look into him was I felt like, and maybe a little bit of frustration of the losing streak, if I want to call it that. They were on here was like, I'm not noticing him enough. He's not making those plays for me. And then, you quick look at the numbers, the on-ice numbers, and they're all good. They're some of the best on the team in terms of expected goal share and on-ice goals and on-ice expected goals and even expected goals against. They're all pretty good. So I looked in those numbers, looked at his individual numbers. I went back and watched a couple of the shifts and tried to really understand if I'm missing something or whatever. What I really came away with was, an appreciation more of what he does. I think the transition game is something that's kind of an Owen Power conversation. It's not something that you notice a lot, but it's important how he takes the pucks from the defensive zone to the offensive zone, his entries, basically how he flips the ice on you. And that's a big part of how they play and how they counterattack. And he's a big piece and a big part of that. Being at the Bruins game where I sat, I kind of got an appreciation too of how much the defense backs off and respects the speed, even with, with Ostlund and Doan when they were aligned before Ostlund got hurt. You can really see that in how the defense backs up, gives them space in the offensive zone, and then they can create with it, and that's why his on-ice expected goal numbers are so good. But the production aspect, particularly when in goals, isn't there. Now, when he came from Ottawa, the thought was he's not much of an assist guy. He's not much of a playmaker. He's, a finisher, and that was kind of the conversation of, well, do we need another finisher? They score a lot of goals. Well, it's flipped a little bit here. He's shooting at the lowest rate of his career at 5-on-5 from a shot attempts and shots on goal, which is interesting. But his assists are way up. Like, it's at 1.3 assists per 60, which is by far the highest of his career. So he's flipping more into a playmaker role. When we look at some of the micro stats, his passing is really good. The high danger passes are really good. So there's that you have to take into account, which is important. But I still think I need to see more of that shooting. So then it becomes into a conversation of, okay, is he not shooting because he's trying to change the way he plays in the system or the line mates? Understandable. And then you also get to, well, is it an injury thing? Because that's kind of his reputation and his thing. And especially when you think about the injuries he has had, early in the season there was a core injury. And then when he was out again, it was, a back or a rib. Is that impacting his shot, and he's just trying to do other things to be impactful? But at the end of the day, I still kind of came away with, I understand now where he's helping them, but I still feel like I need a little bit more. I need you to be more involved in those key situations of making a play, even if it's a pass. That big goal to tie it or go ahead, it feels like it's pretty rare that he's involved in that.
Yeah, as you're going through this, you mentioned how like the 5-on-5 numbers for him are down on the shooting. Without looking back, I feel like the power play shooting for him, either he's just not taking them, he's certainly not scoring on them, but I can't even think of Chad like him just ripping one-timers from that right wall flank on the man advantage. Unless you're seeing something different. I don't think he's doing it on the man advantage either.
No, he's not. And, it's interesting. There was one shot, I forgot what game it was. It was one of those one-timer wind-ups where he tried to take one, and it was either a muffin or maybe I think Dunleavy said, he threw a changeup at the net, and I was kind of like, did he throw a changeup, or can he just not get that much behind a shot right now? And that's when I started thinking about injury. But I always said on the power play, where they have him isn't where he should be. I don't think that he's an outside flanker on the wall that can be ripping shots. Where if you want to take advantage, I think he's better as a bumper in the middle of the ice because he has those quick hands in tight. And he has that ability to finish in tight. I think that makes more sense than trying to have him wind up and be opposite of Tage firing shots from the other side. And I think it takes him away from wanting to do that too if you move him out of that spot. But yeah, I mean, the shooting on the power play is definitely down too.
Chad DeDominicis joining us on the Western Hotline Chat of Expected Buffalo, the Expected Buffalo podcast, expectedbuffalo.com. Chad, the decision in net, are we about to see it? UPL is goalie number one. He's going to get back-to-back starts, something that hasn't happened in a while. And whether it's just a rewarding him for playing really well, and Lyon had a couple of maybe off days, do you feel like the organization might start to lean into having a goalie number one?
I think so if he keeps going the way he's going. When I brought this up a couple months ago, maybe a month ago on the podcast, they were going neck and neck, the two of them. And I always thought the organization, if given the opportunity, is going to lean Luukkonen if they're both playing well down the stretch. Even in this case, Luukkonen's playing a little bit better. And the reason is because, there's more invested there. He's got longer on his contract. He's younger, paying him more. If there's an opportunity to push him to be the true number one, I think they're going to take it. So here we are now. I think they're going to take that for a test drive. They're going to give him a few games. And, Lyon's going to get in here every 2 or 3 games if they do that because of the way the schedule is. But, I think it's good. Let him – and Luukkonen always kind of thrives in that when he's going well and when he plays back-to-back games, when he gets a flow going. Hopefully he can get that going and that's one less conversation we'll have to have thinking about who the game one starter is. And he's earned it at this point for sure.
Back to the blue line just for a moment. We might see Kesselring tonight. We'll see. How poorly do you think it's gone for him? And if you think there's a way back, even at this late stage of the season?
Yeah, he's another one. He's another guy I recently jumped into before Norris. We put our article on the site. He's another one where his on-ice numbers are pretty good when you break it down, but there's a couple things that I noticed were slowing him down. One, I think, is the footwork in the defensive zone, and now that could go to the ankle injury, which he's been dealing with and battling through. His footwork's been bad. He's taken himself out of plays. He's got caught. Bad decisions on the wall. That's caught him, and what that has then resulted in is taking penalties. So I think at the time I did it, he was top 5 in penalties, minor penalties taken per hour in the league when he went out of the lineup. So, when your guy's only playing 10 to 11 minutes that he was getting, you can't be taking 2 penalties a game, basically, is what it equates to. And that's one of the reasons I think, or maybe even the main reason, that he was pushed out of the lineup. So now we'll see. He should be pretty rested. You would hope the ankle injury is better. He should be motivated. He's going to play more than 10 minutes if he's going to be with Stanley tonight, because Stanley's not going to play 10 minutes. I'm honestly really curious to see how he plays. If he plays with his hair on fire, if he makes a statement, or if he just looks better from a skinny perspective than he has all season because he's rested, fresher, and maybe that injury healed up a little bit.
Chad, how have you liked Stanley in terms of maybe the reputation when he came in, what he's supposed to do, what he does do?
I guess I'd come away with I haven't minded him. There's definitely been some plays where a bad pass, or there's a play at the Boston game where he had time and just ices the puck when they were hemmed in, and then the faceoff comes back down. Those are frustrating moments. But I think he's been okay. I think you can kind of see he's understanding the system and what he's being asked to do as a defenseman in Lindy Ruff's system. That's gotten better. He's pretty good with his stick, using his size, and that's good. He's obviously using his physicality. We're seeing that, so that's good too. It's what they want. There's always going to be those moments. It's just, can you manage it? And the biggest thing for me right now is, I just said it with Kessel, he's got to stop taking penalties.
Yeah.
You can't take one or two a game. That's really going to hurt, especially if your most likely scenario who you're going to face in the first round is going to be Montreal. You cannot give that team power play opportunities. They will eat you up. So he's got to clean that up, and then I think overall I'll be okay with what he's given you.
Chad DeDominicis on the Western Hotline of ExpectedBuffalo.com. Thanks, Chad.
All right, thanks, guys.
Chad's tracking magic numbers, and if you go to the site or follow Chad on Twitter, you'll see it's kind of a magic number by team. For instance, the Sabres play the Islanders tonight. If the Sabres were to win this game in regulation, they would get to 100 points, and the Islanders would have 89 with 6 games remaining, meaning they would top out at 101. So you kind of have a magic number against a number of teams, and the Islanders are not last in the wild card race. They're in it. So you have Ottawa, Detroit, and Philadelphia, all that have 86. So what's the magic number? It depends. There are 3 teams tied for 9th, and they all play tonight as well. So it's going to be a busy night on the scoreboard. Owen's got his work cut out for him on the grading system on what it is. The biggest game is Tampa-Montreal.
Yeah.
Sabres play, of course, in Tampa-Montreal.
Might be worth a dual screen.
Well, I'll be at the game, so I'll text you.
Well, you can't do that then.
No, I'll look at the out-of-town scoreboard, I suppose. 803-0550. Thanks to Chad. Check it out. ExpectedBuffalo.com covers the Sabres, the Bandits, Amherst stuff in there as well. They do great work. Beck Malenstyn at 8 o'clock. The Malin Goat himself will be joining us. I've got some hockey trivia based on Macklin Celebrini's 100-point season as well. And Sal joins us in the 9 o'clock hour, recapping day 1 of owners' meetings. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 here on WGR. Chad DeDominicis joining us of Expected Buffalo. Chad on the Western Hotline. Chad, good morning. Finally, our long national nightmare is over. Zach Metsa has returned. And, we can all lay our swords down. How are you, Chad? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
So how did the Zach Metsa news hit you initially, the conversation about it, the fact that he's back? What do the Sabres really have in this player who has had miraculous results on the ice, and there are things to like that, maybe don't match the miraculous results, but where do you kind of come through all of it?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that has to be acknowledged, I think a lot of people talk about it, is the PDO bender he's on, right? So I think he hasn't allowed a 5-on-5 goal since October or something like that, or been on the ice for one, which is pretty crazy. So I think immediately you get caught up in that. You have to acknowledge the numbers first, and eventually that's going to end. But I guess you want to try to ride that out as long as you can. So there's that part of it. I think he's a fine 6th, 7th defenseman, probably a 7 in a good scenario, good situation. He doesn't do anything crazy. He's calm within his game. You don't notice him much, which is what you want if you want a 7th defenseman. Makes those plays, can move the puck well, is smart enough in the offensive zone to play within the system. Really not going to catch in any bad scenarios. Where it really becomes questionable is the minutes. Now, it's interesting. Before he was sent down, he was actually getting some of the most minutes he's played in a game, and then he was sent down, so that was a little bit weird and odd. But the other thing, too, is the special teams. He doesn't play power play. He doesn't kill penalties. And I think when you're thinking about building a playoff team and a playoff roster moving forward, that certainly is a part of the conversation. I think the way this roster is currently constructed, that he's probably your 6th or 7th best defenseman, and he should be here. How much he's going to play, I guess we'll find out with this rotation. I definitely don't anticipate he's going to play today with the 3-3 he just put in Rochester over the weekend. But maybe later in the week he gets back in. It seems like they're rotating, trying to find their best pair, which is a good idea as you go down the stretch. But yeah, I think it's good. They came through on their word that it was just a send down to get some time in because he wasn't going to play over the weekend, and now he's back.
Well, speaking of goalie, the Sabres are making UPL the guy. Boy, I have a new experience with the Sabres, which is they won a million games, 35 out of 40, had one of the best runs in the league's history.
Yep.
And they're still obviously very good. They've had a good season. Now, any change gets made, and I think, oh, wait a minute. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Schenn? Not that they shouldn't. Just every single thing is, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's going to be okay? This team wins all the time. Zach Metsa going down? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? And now, hold on a minute. The goalie situation that was heralded as this is part of the cheat code. They found a hack. They got all the way here. And now it's going to be actually, you know what? We're done with that. It's UPL now, back to back. Now, UPL's played very, very, very good. There's no disputing that. So we're ditching the plan and going to a new plan, it would appear. Right?
For now.
I
think they're going to see if Luukkonen can grab it by the horns. I think that they probably want that to be the situation. If they could choose, I think Luukkonen is the obvious guy that you would choose to be your true number one.
Why would you choose? That's my question. The whole idea was you didn't have to choose because they were making it easy by being well-rested, and you didn't feel any need to choose. Wanting to choose introduces, I want that because what? He's under contract longer? I guess. He makes more money? I get.
He's younger.
Why would I really care which guy it is that is the one I want to choose?
I think it's more than that. It's that I think Luukkonen's ceiling is a lot higher. Luukkonen can do more to steal games if he can find it consistently than Lyon can. Lyon's got a really good baseline that I think he finds at a really high rate, but Luukkonen has got an upper tier to his game that I don't think Lyon can quite get to. I think his size, his athleticism is on a different level than anybody else they've got around, whether that be Lyon or even Ellis. And I think that they know that that could win them an extra game, and that's what it's about in the playoffs. And, why choose? Because the split is rarely a thing that works in the playoffs. That's why you choose.
The Malin Goat. Beck Malenstyn joins us on the other side.
The Malin Goat.
Coming around to it?
I'm being beaten into submission on it more than I'm coming around on it. I still don't like the nickname.
We definitely got to ask him about being the NHL's fastest skater ever.
Right.
It's coming up. Beck Malenstyn next.
If I was Lyon, putting myself in the goalie shoes again, and I knew I had 2 bad games in a row, and now Luukkonen gets another one, I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, that makes sense.
So does that
I don't
mean,
even know the last time Luukkonen had 2 bad games in a row.
Luukkonen
hasn't had 2 bad games in a row, you could argue, since December 5th and 8th.
Right.
That may be true. Sure, okay, so riding the hot goalie. On quality starts this year, Lyon has a better quality start percentage.
Right. Well, he didn't have one since a
bad one?
November?
Right,
yeah.
right.
Before the last 2.
Sorry I had 2 bad days. One of those is a Detroit game where the team didn't show up for the first period.
Yeah.
The other is a game that you, by your own words, said, we need big saves out of you in the third period. This is Anaheim. He made them. They came back to get the lead, and then he gave up a goal on a power play, on a penalty kill, and then won in overtime. So, you were down 2 in the third and said, we're going to need big saves out of you. I gave you those big saves, and that was my bad start.
It was kind of like the Tampa game for Luukkonen. You battled and...
Yeah.
You did allow a lot, but there were some nice things. Either way, I'd want to qualify both of those starts as that wasn't great.
Yeah,
for either one of them.
Good saves go a certain length to making it into a good game, but bad goals go further. And he gave up bad goals in those games, and those matter more. Those are bigger. They make a bigger difference. It's just you can make 7 good saves in a game. You give up 2 bad ones, it's a bad game. That's just the reality of the good job.
Isn't that, by the way, a little devil's advocate here, I just don't really know what to think about it all. Which, whatever, they go to Luke, and maybe are they just flipping and will Lyon get the next game?
It's entirely possible.
Are we right back to alternating, or does that depend on whether or not Luukkonen has a good game against the Islanders tonight? It feels like the whole thing is kind of up in the air. Isn't goals save above expected? Isn't that entire concept to fight back against that idea that one bad one undoes 7 good saves? Because I've got the data is designed to say, all right, you gave up 1, you shouldn't. You're a -1, but these 7 should have gone in. You saved it back. You're even.
Yeah, true. Looking at it on paper, but that is not the way any coach or goaltender themselves even thinks about it. It's the way it all works, the way the position is thought about and the way it is approached. A bad goal does more damage to your ability to win the game than the big save does, because you're supposed to make the big saves. You're not supposed to give up bad goals. That's your expectation as a goaltender. Is you make every save you should plus a couple extra, and if you give up a bad one, then you're in trouble.
After getting back in the win column the other night, the Sabres are back in action against the Islanders at home. They have recalled Zach Metza from Rochester, and per our own Paul Hamilton from practice yesterday, it looks like Lindy Ruff may be going away from the goalie rotation. Luukkonen has his own net, which means he likely plays tonight. Kesselring and Greenway are also both options. Tonight, puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Just under 1 month away from the NFL draft, and the owners' meetings began over the weekend. Bills GM and president of football operations, Brandon Beane, spoke with the media yesterday.
Yes, if there's a dynamic player that can help us, starter or not, at receiver, we would take him at 26.
You can find more on demand at our website. The AFC Coaches Breakfast is today For all the latest from the Bills and other teams around the league, Sal Capaccio will have all the updates throughout on WGR550.com. Also, the Bills picked up the fifth-year option for tight end Dalton Kincaid. In other news around the NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the NFL plans to begin hiring replacement officials before the May 31st expiration of its labor deal with the NFLRA. And the Browns owner said he believes Deshaun Watson says he has a great chance to succeed this season under head coach Todd Monken. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of the football season. The celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/thenightbefore to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prize includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Wasn't much happening there, but they got the low shot away through the crowd. Malenstyn, he freight trains Ferraro in front of the Sabres bench.
March 31st, tomorrow, April Fool's Day. Beck Malenstyn joining us in a moment. That's not an April Fool's joke. We expect Beck Malenstyn in just a few moments. Sabres game night tonight. They'll play the Islanders, Tuesday night Islanders, and who's hyped?
For a Tuesday night Islanders game?
I am hyped.
Maybe for like the second time ever. Right. Did they play on a Tuesday when the game mattered, the Hudson Fasching kicking game a couple of years ago?
That's a good question.
That could have been in the middle of the week. I mean, that game was important.
Yeah, they're in a race there.
I don't remember how hyped I was. I don't remember how close they were. We know it mattered, though.
It mattered.
We remember that play and that goal. So this one's at home, though.
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Home tonight for Sabres, Islanders, and we'll talk about it with Paul Hamilton coming up at 9 o'clock, a little game preview, and Gil Martin of Locked On Islanders on at 8:30. So, again, a little bit of a preview of tonight's game, talk about the season and the push to the playoffs. And joining us on the Western Hotline is Beck Malenstyn. Beck, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
Yeah, of course. How you guys doing?
Good. How is it game day for you? It's a game day. I mean, you're up early. What will the next couple hours be for you? When do you kind of start to get ready to head down, whether it's just getting your mind right? What's the day look like?
Yeah, well, we're just trudging through the little rainstorm we got going on right now. We're heading into the rink this morning. We'll kind of go through our meetings, probably a little morning skate, and then back home for a little bit, have a little pregame, maybe sneak a little nap in there, spend some family time, and then back out to the rink. Usually leave the house around just before 4 o'clock kind of thing, and then it's game time.
In a Tuesday night game against the Islanders, you guys have had a string of 14 straight sellouts. I wonder, Beck, how it's been around here. You've been here for a couple of years now, and seeing what this has all kind of grown to become over the course of this year.
Yeah, I think even just in my short time here, seeing the difference from the energy that we had in the arena last year to this year, it's almost indescribable. Our fans are so passionate, they care so much, and the amount of energy that they've been bringing into the rink this season and over the last whatever it is now, like you said, 15 games. It makes our building a really hard place to play for other teams, and we really feed off that energy. So we really can't thank them enough for how passionate they are.
Not to go too far back, but is that kind of how, I'd heard you say at some point along the way you don't like fighting, which I would imagine most guys don't love fighting. And that Tampa game, the crowd's into it, everyone's into it. And did you drop the gloves pretty easily there? Did you just get swept up in the environment when the games have that type of atmosphere?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think in that game, emotions are running high. There's more energy in that arena than anybody knows what to do with, and yeah, it was getting kind of chippy. And for me, I think for me, I have a hard time flipping that switch. But once it flips, I have no problem doing it, and it was pretty easy for that switch to be flipped in that kind of game, I think.
Beck Malenstyn on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres-Islanders game. Beck, are you aware of one of your nicknames being the Malin Goat?
I've heard some rumblings recently, but no,
All right.
I'm not a social media guy or anything like that, so it kind of had flown under my radar. But a few people have kind of let me know that that's been circling around, and I mean
it's not only
funny. I'll take it.
Yeah, it's not only circling around. I think it's made it onto a T-shirt.
Yeah.
So this thing is real for you at this point. So
does it get the Beck?
I'll definitely take it.
Does it get the Beck Malenstyn seal of approval?
Absolutely. I'm never going to complain about it. So.
All right.
One thing we've seen about your game, and kind of thinking about the way that you play, you got the title for fastest speed burst in the NHL since they've been tracking it with the NHL Edge metrics and all that. And I don't know if it comes with a golden skate, but it feels like it should. Is that the kind of thing, like, I don't know, did they tell you about that, or is that another thing that's just on social media and players maybe don't know?
No, I heard about it pretty quickly. I think it's just one of those things that because it flip-flops so much throughout the season, you know what I mean? McDavid decides to turn it on for a night, and he might blow me out of the water by 5 miles an hour. You just never know what he's going to do. And but I think at first it was just kind of one of those things you heard about, it was kind of cool, and then sat back a little bit and really thought about what it meant. And I was like, that's kind of a fun thing to hang your hat on, hopefully for a little while until somebody decides to really turn on the Jets again. So it'll be something I try to hang on to for as long as I can. But it's just one of those fun little metrics that you hear about every once in a while.
The play, too, it wasn't like a rush play, right? Like you had the puck. It was you guys were trying to beat out an icing, right? Like almost a set play in your own end.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the worst part about it. I wish it was a little bit more of a hockey play when it happened. But, no, Dahl, every once in a while when Dahl picks up the puck back there and we're winding it up, he'll just he'll yell that we're going for the icing. And their defenseman read it pretty well, dove back pretty quickly, and then it was kind of all guns a-blazing and then slam on the brakes so both of us didn't go flying through the boards at the end of it.
Beck Malenstyn with us on the West Her hotline. What about the difference between the regular season and the playoffs? Did you play enough in the playoffs to get a real good sense of that? It was 4 games for you in Washington a couple of years ago, because a lot of this group, it's talked about here, like the playoff experience that the team has. Some guys have it, but not yet as a unit. In those 4 games you played, do you have enough of a sample to kind of tell like the intensity and how much it gets ramped up?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. And to be honest, a lot of the games that we've had recently have probably, because of how meaningful they've been for either us or another team, have kind of been close to that kind of competitiveness on the ice and that energy. But, for me, it was getting those first 2 games on the road in Madison Square Garden, seeing that building in the playoffs. It's such a historic place to play in a regular season game, and this was just a completely different animal. And, obviously I wish that our playoff run that year lasted a little bit longer, even just to have that first series last a little bit longer. But no, it's definitely an experience that, I'll try to lean on the best that I can with it being so limited. But, we do have guys throughout our roster that have, won playoff series, played, handfuls of games, and it's just so exciting, right? It's what everybody plays for. Obviously, we haven't, locked that up yet, but that's our goal in the future here, to just kind of finish off the regular season on a good note and punch our ticket and have people come through our building and just bring that back to the fans. But for us personally, it's what everybody plays for. It's an energy that you really can't describe until you're in it. And it's just such a privilege to be at that stage. So we're excited to hopefully get to that spot here soon.
Beck, you say you haven't locked it up yet, and of course, no one's assuming that you would until it's fully done. But are the guys paying attention to just how good it looks to actually do that, and started to think? I know it's one game at a time, but I at least want to point out you've earned the right to kind of feel that good about it.
Oh, absolutely. I think, in a different season, we'd probably be sitting here a little bit more comfortable about it. But, with how the Eastern Conference and especially our Atlantic Division has been this year, you really can't take any game for granted. And, you basically have to expect every other team around us to win every single night is basically how it's been looking, right? So I think that's, something that's going to keep us honest, keep us motivated every single game for us. There's still going to be a lot to play for. And But yeah, it's definitely something that, is exciting to just even be in that conversation again. But, like we said, it's a game at a time. Until there's that X beside your name that you're locked in there, you can't assume anything. So we're going to keep our head down, keep playing the way we need to punch that ticket.
Beck, I'm taking you back in your career a little bit. Like Sam Carrick talked about this when he got here, like when in his career he had to kind of make a different avenue from scoring in juniors and the minors to how am I going to stick in the league? And you're out there blocking shots and throwing hits. I feel like you do only score highlight reel goals, so that also might be a part of it. But when did that kind of happen for you? Or was it even before the NHL where you felt like this is the role that's going to kind of give me my mark in the NHL?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was very fortunate, looking back at it now, that when I first started in junior, we had a coach, Mark French, he'd been in pro for a long time. And, I was a high draft pick coming in junior, seeing a lot of my buddies go, and they were playing on the first line right away and getting all these opportunities. And, he sat me down and just said, hey, like, if you want to be successful and you want to be a pro, you got to learn to play this way first. And, at times that was a hard pill to swallow, but, starting out on the fourth line and penalty killing and doing that kind of stuff, I think really, instilled a foundation in me of like, if you really want the opportunity to go play pro, you're going to need to be able to play this way. And that kind of continued on. My role obviously grew throughout junior, but those kind of, the physicality and things were always in my game. And, the pride of the penalty kill and blocking shots was something that I had to, really just continue to work on. And once I got to pro, that was, they made it pretty clear right away when I got to Washington that, if I wanted to get my chance as quick as possible, that's where the window was going to be. And I think you sit back and look at it now, it's really hard to take the job of a guy on a second or a third line that's making, $5+ million a year is the realistic side of it. And so you sit back and you go, okay, well, what do I need to do, to earn that opportunity to sneak onto a fourth line when there's an opportunity there? And it's exactly that. So you're going to be good defensively, or you're going to be willing to block shots. Can you get yourself onto a penalty kill and kind of separate yourself that way? And they were great with me at the beginning of my career on that's how I needed to play if I wanted my chance. And, they stuck true to their word. I played that way, and they gave me my opportunities when they were there. And, when I was able to finally crack that opening night roster and make that lineup full time, it was a little bit more seamless for me to just keep playing that way. And, it's a game of hockey that I love to play. I wish I could chip in more offensively. I'm going to keep throwing my game to do that, but the foundations of my game I really enjoy doing, and it's nice when it's valued by the team as well.
You also, of course, like when you do chip in offensively, you're scoring highlight reel goals regularly, right? I mean, like,
yeah, is that just like, I don't know, when you're one-on-one, do you get excited? Like, is that because it feels like that's when some of these goals you've had this year have happened? It's speed and it's one-on-ones, I think.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I wouldn't pin myself as a guy that has, amazing hands or anything like that that's going to dance around people. But, every once in a while at top speed, you get a guy that's, either backpedaling or trying to pivot. He's not in a great spot. Every once in a while, a bouncing puck that kind of squeaks through kind of thing. But I think for me, honestly, in those moments, you're going so fast, everything's happening so quickly, the mind almost just kind of shuts off, which may be a blessing for me. But, yeah, it's part of my game that I'd like people to know that's there every once in a while, but I wouldn't mind having a few more, go off my leg, go off my skate. I'll take them any way you can get them, you know what I mean? They definitely don't all have to look like that.
Beck, when it comes to like carving out a spot, carving out a role, like your contract is up after this season. Have you expressed interest in coming back? Is it the kind of thing like you feel like this fit for you is good?
Yeah, I mean, it's something I think kind of like we were saying before, the main focus right now is coming through the playoffs. We haven't had, any conversations right now, I think just because of the focus and energy that takes. But, I've loved my time here in Western New York. The fans have been, phenomenal. It's an environment around the rink that I've really enjoyed. So, hopefully when that time comes around, it's definitely a place, if presented, that, I would enjoy staying.
Well, As you get ready for the playoffs, I know you said like the fans, the energy in the arena. I think they could say for a lot of Sabres fans, they get it from you. I mean, like the way you play out there, I think you bring a lot of the energy into the building. So, appreciation for that.
Guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Beck, thanks for the time. Best of luck tonight and going forward in the playoffs.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
Beck Malenstyn on the West Her Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres Islanders game. Our thanks to the Malin Goat. They should give him a golden skate.
Yeah.
The leader, the fastest skater ever to be charted, right?
They've been charting for, I think it's like 5 or 6 years.
That counts.
It should be like a transfer, it's like a belt.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a championship belt. Like, you get it until somebody tops you.
Yeah.
I feel like McDavid might be the only one that's got to look at it.
Do you know who he beat?
I think he was the top speed above McDavid, who was close. And then I've got to look at the list again. I don't know if anybody else was that close.
Who had it before Malin?
Oh, it wasn't?
No, it was not McDavid.
Oh, right, because it was Miles Wood.
Correct. That's who
that's
the
right.
fastest skater before Beck was Miles Wood.
Right.
It's a pretty cool thing to have, The Sabres would have had, in the last calendar year, then, the hardest shot and the fastest skater?
Yes.
Because Tage had the hardest shot?
Tage had the hardest shot. There were 2 players that wore 29 between Pominville and Malenstyn, by the way. Do you know them?
Ooh, 2, yes.
Malenstyn wearing 29. Pominville, of course, wore 29.
Pominville wore 29 twice, though.
Oh,
right. Which between is this?
So I guess this is between both betweens.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think I've got one of them. I think I've got one.
I'd be impressed. I mean, they're not nobodies.
Is one of them a not nobody defenseman?
Yeah.
That I'll guess here. I'm really happy with this if this is right. Is it Shane Morrison?
No, he wore 27.
Ah.
Also, I think he played with Pominville.
Yeah, but Pominville left and came back.
Yeah. Jake McCabe wore 29 for 3 years.
All right.
He did switch.
And then did a goalie wear 29?
No, this one is a lot lesser known. Hinestroza.
Vinny Hinestroza.
You might have been here a while for that one.
That would have taken a while.
And now, so that number will be retired for Pominville and Malenstyn, of course, right? In the future.
The Malin Goat. I mean, come on, bring him back.
If he's on board now, no more Goat nicknames, please. The Bruins are doing it with Middlestat now.
I did see.
Are you kidding me?
I did see Middle Goat.
Goat. Enough.
I thought of you.
This is max. We've maxed out. Enough. Middle Goat. He's got 12 goals this season.
How about tonight's goalie for the Islanders? This one actually should be Sagotkin. They should be.
No, it's
Sagotkin. Come on,
ridiculous.
They should use that.
Sagotkin.
Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen.
You could just do it with anybody.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now. No, the Malin Goat, it stays there.
Rasmus Dahlgoat. Like you just throw it on the end of anybody's last name.
That's what hockey does with the Z.
Dolls. Well, yes, right. Well, that's not as well. That is
close enough.
Yeah.
It's either a Z or an ER.
A ZY.
Sure, whatever.
Like Millsy when Miller was
here.
Yeah.
Beck Malenstyn. UFA.
He is a UFA. It shouldn't cost that much to keep around, right?
Bring him back.
Couple million.
Bring him back.
Yeah, I mean, their fourth line is nobody is dissatisfied with their fourth line at all in any. I mean, they're scoring.
Is he not like a perfect folk hero fourth liner? I mean, the nicest possible.
Sure.
Way. Skates fast, hits dudes, fights sometimes,
block shots,
scores crazy goals. What's not to like?
He leads the team with 253 hits. Second is 173. He has 80 more hits this year than any other Sabre.
Jeez.
You know, second, by the way?
The second in hits, Dahlin. What would be my guess?
No.
Samuelson?
He's eighth. He's third. Krebs.
He's
throwing his body around a little bit.
Krebs and RFA. Just over here looking at the Sabres offseason.
Tuck UFA, Malenstyn UFA, Benson, and Krebs RFA. Am I missing someone?
That's it.
Kesselring.
You've got Josh Dunn, Logan Stanley, Luke Shen.
Kesselring.
As UFAs. Yeah, Kesselring. Benson RFA. I know you said that.
Who doesn't have a locker right now, maybe? Kesselring. And you have him to play in game 1 of the playoffs?
That is not the bet.
What's the bet again?
The bet is who's more likely to see the playoff ice, Metza or Kesselring. And my bet is simply hockey men thinking large hockey men should play.
You better
which is pretty much some of the Mets a point.
You better hope they don't play Montreal in round 1.
I am not rooting to win this bet. It doesn't even have a number on the board. There's no actual.
Well, there's no room.
There's no terms of this bet. We can get some bets off this bet board.
Yeah, we got to erase. Actually, like half of them need to be erased. Honestly.
Yeah. Do I owe you $10 for the Caleb Williams bet? I never paid that. Caleb Williams.
You might. I think you did pay that.
Okay. Well, then we can erase that.
Yeah.
Tannehill starts and wins a Super Bowl is still on that bet board.
I got to text Mike about that. He was removed from the ESPN fantasy database this past weekend, which I think warrants all right, that's time. If he's no longer in the fantasy websites,
yeah,
he's not active enough to have that bet still be up.
Today is a great day to do some work on this bet board. Another bet up there, Terry Pegula refers to McDermott as the best coach in the NFL. I had a yes there. That's how convinced I was he would never get fired. I thought it was more likely he would say he was the best coach in the NFL. That didn't happen, so I owe you $10?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Okay. It was a 2-1 bet. McDermott will have a bottom 10 season on defense. He didn't.
That bet is under protest.
Whoa.
It doesn't say with the Bills.
Whoa. That's $100 on that board?
It doesn't say with the Bills.
Oh, my word.
We're going to need a neutral arbitrator.
I'm making money today. That's $100 on that bet board. Wow.
Yeah. Go to the Jets, McDermott.
Jets to make the playoffs before 2030 is on the bet board.
Love that as his next destination, by the way.
Jeff Skinner to take a shootout attempt.
He's never going to play again.
Belichick another playoff game.
Definitely done.
We got to erase this bet board.
We might. You know what? We should really just get a new bet board.
Do you want to know something really sad?
We should just get a new
Can I tell you something sad about the bet board? So the NCAA tournament rolled through last week, right, in Buffalo, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I got on my timeline 13 years ago today. Mm-hmm. And it was me posing against that wall right there with the Syracuse guy that had the giant Boeheim head. That was when the giant heads became really popular in the stands. And Syracuse would have been here as the 1 seed. And it's me and the giant Boeheim head and the kid that brought it in. And that same whiteboard is still sitting right there. That thing has been there for at least 13 years sitting there.
We need a new whiteboard.
It's got to be stuck to the wall. It hasn't
right, I don't know if we could move it.
In 13 years at least. Never mind how long it was there before.
Mm-hmm. It's been here since like the Super Bowl days.
I mean, we got another whiteboard over here. We got some work to do. 803-0550 and 1-888-550. Want some very fast instant trivia? Let's audible to some instant trivia.
Sure.
Because last night in the NHL, there was a bit of a milestone hit. Macklin Celebrini hit 100 points. Yep. As a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
He became the 6th teenager to get 100 points in a season. I think you will get 4.
Okay.
The 5th might be the toughest. You'll definitely get 3. 4 would be nice. I think 5 is tough. So, and I bet you
this is all-time?
All-time teenagers to get 100 points in a season. And I think you will get one of them wrong.
Is the one I'm going to get wrong Gretzky?
Gretzky is correct.
He's correct. I wondered if he was in the WHA for too long to have played in the NHL.
Howard, we're on camera. You can't just walk in here.
Do your show.
Sir, this is a broadcast.
Excuse me. I mean, the door was open, I guess.
You might get one of these correct answers because one of these is a little tough. All right, Howard's in here. Howard Simon.
It's a little tough. It's not the old guy with no memory to it.
Hold on. The question is,
all right, so
are you up?
7.
No. Teenagers to get 100 points in a season.
Celebrini.
Correct.
I'm done.
There are
I got Gretzky
There are 5
already.
more. You got Gretzky.
Crosby.
Correct.
Lemieux.
Correct.
McDavid.
No.
Ooh.
That's the one I was going to get wrong.
So we're missing
He got
2?
hurt in his rookie year.
He did, and I think the following year he might have turned 20.
You said one's an old guy?
One is an old guy. That's what I thought maybe you could get this one.
So 1970s player?
80s.
80s.
So it's 80s.
Islander? One of the Islander guys?
Bossy?
Bossy?
No, Bossy was a rookie before that.
If I give you the team, maybe.
Edmonton?
Kings.
Oh. Deion?
No.
Yari Curry?
This guy.
He didn't start.
Luke Robitaille?
Nope. I don't know who this guy even is.
No.
Outside of he had a really fast start and then kind of faded away.
Kings, 80s.
I might need
not
you
Simmer
for this
or
one.
Taylor, the Triple Crown. I don't know beyond the Triple Crown line. Owen, you got it?
I think I do.
Hold on. Owen has a very odd ability to get trivia answers from times he was not alive routinely correct.
His dad's texting him.
I listen to so many podcasts about hockey. I just have a lot of stuff in my head. Is this going to be Jimmy Carson?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Jimmy Carson.
Wasn't he in the Gretzky trade?
You're walking around with Jimmy Carson,
right?
I
Jimmy
wish I could
Carson.
answer to how any of this works for me, but I
Didn't
can't.
you get like a Red
There
Sox
was-
trivia question from the 70s?
There was
like,
a picture
that
that
doesn't
I
make
got
sense.
that was
He's an old soul.
absurd.
Yeah, he's got answers from before he's born all the time. Did you get
pretty
them? Are you
messed up.
missing still one? Gretzky, Lemieux,
I
Carson, Crosby, Celebrini, one more.
Do you want me to make you mad? I have this one too.
I'm
I
sure
think.
you do. I want to give these guys a hint first.
Okay.
Owen, you're no fun.
Ovechkin was too old.
Sabres connection. He was a Sabre at one point.
Not Eichel. He was Sabre at one point. Is this going to be...
But he wasn't a Sabre when he did it.
No. When I could tell you where he was, and that might give it away.
Is this Eric Stahl?
No.
Oh, thank goodness.
No.
That would have been insane.
This is a little older too. This is
Older,
This
yeah.
is before Owen's
Another
born.
before my
This is
time.
Howard's wheelhouse.
Like
80s guy again?
80s guy.
Yvonne Lambert.
Dale Howardchuk.
Yes.
Dale Howardchuk.
Dale Howardchuk with Winnipeg. Those are your 600 points as a teenager.
All right.
That's impressive.
Yeah. How you doing? What's up?
I'm good. What's new?
Nothing.
I
Hey,
suppose I can't walk in when you're on camera, huh? Is
the
that a
Mets
bad
won
thing?
on opening day.
On pace for 122 wins.
They always win on opening.
They
day.
always win. In fact, it's now so impossible to dismiss that. They beat Skeens.
Right. Knocked them out in the first inning.
I know.
Them, yeah.
It's our year.
You know what? I think you're right.
122 and 40. They're on pace for that right now. Just saying. They probably won't win 122, but I think 115 I'm shooting my sights here for.
115.
They're-
I'll be disappointed if it's less than 115.
They're 42 and 23 on opening day in their history. Now,
Best
nothing's
record.
different. This is the Mets.
It's unbeaten.
Best record of
might as
any
well-
franchise
yeah.
on opening day.
They might as well be unbeaten in my books.
It's what happens after opening day when it gets really bad.
Do they open with the Pirates every year? Is that why they have such a good record?
No, it's not nothing.
I saw the NL East was the first division in baseball history to have all their teams start 1-0.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which seems impossible.
It's going to be tough.
It's 1-0. It's not 5-0.
The race is on.
Is it because teams always play each other in the division? And I'm like, how is that possible?
Yeah, I
Like,
don't know.
No division in baseball history, which is like 200 years old.
Right. You think at some point.
Someone won all their games in a division, but it hadn't happened.
So two things. Magic number for the Sabres is?
Like 7.
7.
Yeah,
All right. So that's good. And wide receiver train still operating after what the GM said? Do we?
The GM did say that they would not take it off the table.
Yeah. So we're still good with the wide receiver train?
I guess so.
Okay. Other than that, you guys good?
Yeah.
All right. You're late for break. I don't want to screw
We
this
are.
up.
I was going to ask you one quick thing. Were you
Yeah.
watching Duke UConn?
I was not.
Ah.
I did not know what happened until I saw on Twitter the last play. Pretty freaking crazy.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
Tough
Well,
to be a Dookie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good to see you.
Nice to see you. All's fine?
Yeah. You know,
Joe, you're all good?
Yeah.
All right.
Go Sabres, you know.
You're here to
Amen.
pick. Are you here to pick like the rest of the Sabre schedule, or
No, I don't do picks.
all right?
I'm waiting for the playoffs.
You're gonna pick the playoffs. There we go.
Do you want to complain about the time you bought playoff tickets from me, Game 4 against
I'd
Carolina?
rather not bring that game up because that was one of the worst business decisions I ever made, and you refused to give me my money back.
Why would I give you your money
Because the
back?
game sucked.
I know.
I mean, it didn't.
I had-
They didn't just lose. It was like non-competitive.
4-0 to Carolina.
Game sucked.
Yeah. Yeah, the Martin Gerber shutout. Howard had tickets to
What
that
did
game.
what did I pay you? Like 100?
I think it was more
125, something like
I
that?
think it was more than that.
For that game?
I think it was like face. I don't know. It was, yeah.
You want to just Venmo me now?
I don't want to do that. I don't remember how
Joe,
much. you
don't
paid.
ever buy playoff tickets from him.
Oh, we just learned in this segment, Joe owes me $100.
Under protest.
$100.
Joe, just give it to me because he still owes me 125.
Jeez. In my head, you paid like
I think-
400.
There's a faded bet up there. I think I owe
It's
Howard.
the conference finals, Howard. It's probably more than 125.
I actually, you know what? I owe Howard $10. It's really faded up there, but will Justin Fields ever throw for 4,000 yards? We can chalk that up.
You had yes?
I had very faded Y up there.
Not over yet. He's in the Chiefs. He's going to be their opening day starter, maybe.
No, I'd take the $10. Add it to the 100 you're paying Jeremy.
$10.
All right, we'll get to a break.
All right, fellas.
Thanks, Howard.
Love you.
803-0550 to join us. Gil Martin on the Islanders next.
Meet the Mets.
Chad DeDominicis joining us of Expected Buffalo. Chad on the Western Hotline. Chad, good morning. Finally, our long national nightmare is over. Zach Metsa has returned. And, we can all lay our swords down. How are you, Chad? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
So how did the Zach Metsa news hit you initially, the conversation about it, the fact that he's back? What do the Sabres really have in this player who has had miraculous results on the ice, and there are things to like that, maybe don't match the miraculous results, but where do you kind of come through all of it?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that has to be acknowledged, I think a lot of people talk about it, is the PDO bender he's on, right? So I think he hasn't allowed a 5-on-5 goal since October or something like that, or been on the ice for one, which is pretty crazy. So I think immediately you get caught up in that. You have to acknowledge the numbers first, and eventually that's going to end. But I guess you want to try to ride that out as long as you can. So there's that part of it. I think he's a fine 6th, 7th defenseman, probably a 7 in a good scenario, good situation. He doesn't do anything crazy. He's calm within his game. You don't notice him much, which is what you want if you want a 7th defenseman. Makes those plays, can move the puck well, is smart enough in the offensive zone to play within the system. Really not going to catch in any bad scenarios. Where it really becomes questionable is the minutes. Now, it's interesting. Before he was sent down, he was actually getting some of the most minutes he's played in a game, and then he was sent down, so that was a little bit weird and odd. But the other thing, too, is the special teams. He doesn't play power play. He doesn't kill penalties. And I think when you're thinking about building a playoff team and a playoff roster moving forward, that certainly is a part of the conversation. I think the way this roster is currently constructed, that he's probably your 6th or 7th best defenseman, and he should be here. How much he's going to play, I guess we'll find out with this rotation. I definitely don't anticipate he's going to play today with the 3-3 he just played in Rochester over the weekend. But maybe later in the week he gets back in. It seems like they're rotating, trying to find their best pair, which is a good idea as you go down the stretch. But, yeah, I think it's good. They came through on their word that it was just a send down to get some time in because he wasn't going to play over the weekend, and now he's back.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy game day, Sabres and Islanders tonight. A little game preview for you here. Host of Locked On Islanders, Gil Martin, joining us on the Worcester Hotline. Gear up for tonight's game. The Islanders got waxed by the Penguins last night. Gil, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Bounce back game necessary, eh?
That was a tough game to watch for an Islanders fan, that's for sure.
What went wrong? Was it goaltending? We're wondering about what happens tonight now because Ilya Sorokin got pulled. Did they leave him out to dry? What was the problem?
They did leave him out to dry. Islanders were up 3-1. They were on a power play, ended up giving up a shorthanded goal on an odd man rush, and then they just stopped playing defense. Odd man rushes. There was one goal. It was a 3-on-1 break. Sorokin made the first save. He made the second save, and the second rebound ended up in the back of the net. You can't have that kind of coverage.
The final score was 8-3. Gil Martin with us on the Western Hotline from Locked On Islanders. So what's the story on the Islanders this year, Gil, overall? Like, they're doing well in the standings. They are still in a spot, right? Although it's very close as the Flyers even charge. So how have they done it? Have this resurgence from last year to this year?
I think the two biggest factors is, one, Ilya Sorokin is playing at a Vezina level, last night notwithstanding, and he cleans up a lot of the weaknesses this team has on defense. They have been at or near the bottom of the league in high danger chances allowed, and Sorokin just allows them to get away with that more often than not. And then the second biggest factor is obviously Matthew Schaefer, who has just been able to turn this team around with enthusiasm, with his ability to skate, with his ability to shoot, and just cover so much ground. He's a great skater. He sees the ice very well. Those are the two biggest differences between this year and last year.
And Schaefer, like, the numbers are historic. Like 22 goals this year as an 18-year-old defenseman. Like, what level of player are we talking about here? Like, are we talking about, like, this guy's already, maybe not already as good, but that he's tracking towards, this is going to be another Cale Makar in the NHL?
He definitely has the potential, and it's just a question of doing it consistently. I mean, Cale Makar's done it for, like a decade. So, I mean, the potential is there, the ability is there, and it's just so refreshing to watch this kid play. He's enjoying himself, and it's contagious. The team feeds off his energy and enthusiasm.
How about how they play? That the Islanders have kind of always had this reputation, and a lot of years it's been deserved, as they play, low event hockey, low scoring games. Are they still a version of that, or is it starting to track towards the other direction?
It's definitely tracking toward the other direction. Even though they entered last night's game fourth in the league in goals against, it's mostly because Sorokin has bailed them out of some very tough situations. But under Patrick Roy, this team is trying to play a more up-tempo game more often than not. You'll see the defense take chances and often get burned on them. But they are no longer playing the we're trying to win every game 2-1 style of hockey that was their reputation under Barry Trotz.
How do you think about them for the playoffs? Does it depend also, of course, where they get slotted? Like right now they play Pittsburgh. How valuable do you see it as being in that spot or even the second spot versus playing as a wild card team against Carolina, Tampa, or Buffalo? Sabres are tied atop two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's better to be in the top three. I mean, getting second place and getting home ice would be nice. But, at this point, I think just getting into the playoffs and getting playoff experience will be very valuable for this Islanders team, especially for the younger players like Schaefer and Cal Ritchie, who you're just trying to get their feet wet and figure out what Stanley Cup hockey is all about.
Do you have an idea, or would it be a guess at this point, who plays tonight in goal for them?
It would be a guess, but I would tend to lean towards Sorokin because there's just no margin for error. And if they would have won last night, maybe they could have come back with Riddick, but I just think they've got to ride Ilya Sorokin. Unless he's so tired, he's not ready to go.
All right. Gil Martin with us on the Western Hotline, Sabres and Islanders tonight. How would you see a Sabres and Islanders series? Have you thought at all about the potential of that? I mean, that it's like 2 points away. The Sabres have to jump up to 1, which they're tied for, and the Islanders drop to the wild card, which, again, they're only 1 point away from 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a very entertaining series. I think it would be a tough series for the Islanders. Buffalo has been, I mean, especially since November, so good and difficult. I think the Islanders might have trouble with Buffalo's speed at this stage. One of the things at the trade deadline and before the Olympic break, the Islanders got a little older and a little slower, adding guys like Andre Palat and Braden Shen and Carson Soucy. And I think they may have some trouble keeping up with the Sabres over the course of a 7-game series. That would be my biggest concern.
Gil Martin, Locked On Islanders, ahead of tonight's game against the Sabres. Sabres and Islanders tonight from KeyBank Center. Gil, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much.
7 o'clock face-off. We're efforting what is maybe a breaking story.
Maybe?
I think it is. Is it? I mean, I've seen this clip. It's Deion Dawkins on a podcast. It's one of these, hold on, let me see if it's real.
It's with the streamer Neon.
Yeah.
Who's a famous streamer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We think it's real?
Yes.
I think we're thinking it's real.
I watched it twice during the break, and my inclination was it was real, but it's tough, right, because of AI and not knowing what is. But it did not look like an AI video to me.
It was sped up.
Yes, it was.
Maybe to get it all to fit in this little clip.
I slowed it down, and it sounds like their voices.
Sure. Well, I mean,
so, yeah,
there's no. I mean, it looks like Dawkins. We'll get to a break. Let's figure out what we want to do here. Like, I want to send this to other people. I know how it works. Like, hey, if the Bills are reportedly going to sign a player, you can reach out to the Bills. Do you confirm this? I want to confirm that this is Deion Dawkins saying the things in this video that are being said.
I can tell you, just looking already, that he did do an hour and 20-minute video with the streamer Neon that posted 12 hours ago.
Okay.
So there's an hour and 20 minutes of him on this stream. And that is real. Right. Whether this clip from it is real, I guess if it's in the official video, I'm going to assume that it's 100% real.
Yeah,
they're eating seafood, by the way, is the hour and 20-minute video.
I'm very
seafood
much
boil.
Leaning real, but we don't want to get caught in the old Big Dumper Sunday that you got caught in the other day.
Listen, that was so believable, even though you immediately didn't think that was real. No baseball. It's minor league baseball. No one's going to put chocolate soft serve in a little bowl that looks like a toilet.
No.
Nobody?
Hold on.
You see some of the promotions they do in minor league baseball?
As Owen is about to throw stones from the chicken wing noise meter is real.
It's not even close to the same thing. You can't even get close to thinking it's the same thing.
No, the Big Dumper Sunday is so much more believable than the chicken wing being real.
No, it is not.
I don't think so.
It's not even close.
They would not sell a toilet.
Twitter poll.
You're telling me that you think it's more likely they would sell a poop Sunday than there would be audio meters in an arena? Come on!
Yes.
A poop Sunday with chocolate? Like, what are you talking about? Oh, come on. I'm going to lose it.
And the noise meter in here is going off the charts, Owen.
Right, we need our own
All of a
noise
sudden,
meter.
you're getting really loud.
I can't believe this. I cannot.
We're going to find out if the Dawkins thing is real. All right, we'll get a break in 803-0550. Reach out to Sal. Reach out to everybody. I think it is. In which case, we will have a story about Dawkins and how he's not nearly as popular among fans as he maybe used to be, which I think might be part of his complaint here, if it's real. 803-0550. Hang on for a minute. We'll do our best. A Tuesday night game against the Islanders, you guys have had a string of like 14 straight sellouts. I wonder, Beck, like how it's been around here. You've been here for a couple of years now, and seeing what this has all kind of grown to become over the course of this year.
Yeah, I think even just, in my short time here, seeing the difference from the energy that we had in the arena last year to this year, it's almost indescribable. Our fans are so passionate, they care so much, and the amount of energy that they've been bringing into the rink this season and over the last, whatever it is now, like you said, 15 games. It makes our building a really hard place to play for other teams, and we really feed off that energy. So we really can't thank them enough for how passionate they are.
Not to go too far back, but is that kind of how, I'd heard you say at some point along the way you don't like fighting, which I would imagine most guys don't love fighting. And like that Tampa game, the crowd's into it, everyone's into it. And did you drop the gloves pretty easily there? Like, did you just get swept up in the environment when the games have that type of atmosphere?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think in that game, emotions are running high. There's more energy in that arena than anybody knows what to do with, and yeah, it was getting kind of chippy. And for me, I think for me, I have a hard time flipping that switch. But once it flips, I have no problem doing it, and it was pretty easy for that switch to be flipped in that kind of game, I think.
Beck Malenstyn on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres-Islanders game. Beck, are you aware of one of your nicknames being the Malin Goat?
I've heard some rumblings recently, but no,
All right.
I'm not a social media guy or anything like that, so it kind of had flown under my radar. But a few people have kind of let me know that that's been circling around, and I mean
it's not only circling.
I'll take it.
Yeah, it's not only circling around. I think it's made it onto a T-shirt.
Yeah.
So this thing is real for you at this point. So
does it get the Beck?
I'll definitely take it.
Does it get the Beck Malenstyn seal of approval?
Absolutely. I'm never going to complain about it. So.
All right.
If I was lying, like putting myself in the goalie shoes again, and I knew I had 2 bad games in a row, and now Luukkonen gets another one, I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, that makes sense.
So does that
I don't
mean,
even know the last time Luukkonen had 2 bad games in a row.
That
Luukkonen hasn't had 2 bad games in a row, you could argue, since December 5th and 8th.
Right.
That may be true. Sure, okay, so riding the hot goalie. On quality starts this year, Lyon has a better quality start percentage.
Right. Well, he didn't have one since like
a bad one?
November?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Before the last 2.
Sorry I had 2 bad days. One of those is a Detroit game where the team didn't show up for the first period.
Yeah.
The other is a game that you, by your own words, said, we need big saves out of you in the third period. This is Anaheim. He made them. They came back to get the lead, and then he gave up a goal on a power play, on a penalty kill, and then won in overtime. So, like, you were down 2 in the third and said, we're going to need big saves out of you. I gave you those big saves, and that was my bad start.
It was kind of like the Tampa game for Luukkonen. Like, you battled and, you did allow a lot, but there were some nice things. Like, either way, I'd want to qualify both of those starts as that wasn't great.
Yeah,
for either one of them.
Good saves go a certain length to making it into a good game, but bad goals go further, and he gave up bad goals in those games, and those matter more. Those are bigger. They make a bigger difference. It's just you can make 7 good saves in a game. You give up 2 bad ones. It's a bad game. That's just the reality of the good job.
Isn't that, by the way, a little devil's advocate here, I just don't really know what to think about it all. Which, whatever, they go to Luukkonen. Maybe, are they just flipping and will Lyon get the next game?
It's entirely
possible. Are we
possible.
right back to alternating? Or does that depend on whether or not Luukkonen has a good game against the Islanders tonight? It feels like the whole thing is kind of up in the air. Isn't goals save above expected? Isn't that entire concept to fight back against that idea? That one bad one undoes 7 good saves? Because I've got the data is designed to say, all right, you gave up 1, you shouldn't. You're a -1. But these 7 should have gone in. You saved it back. You're even.
Yeah, true. Looking at it on paper, but that is not the way any coach or goaltender themselves even thinks about it. It's the way it all works, the way the position is thought about, and the way it is approached. A bad goal does more damage to your ability to win the game than the big.
All right. So we determined this Deion Dawkins news that's about to drop is real.
100%.
The news is basically he's on a podcast. He's asked, would you play for the Dolphins for double the money? He says yes, that he would. But that's not really the story. Then he says he would not leave. The story that's going to come out of this is he's apparently upset with fans.
Yes.
Dawkins says no more Mr. Nice Guy. He's upset with fans.
Yeah, that he even kind of goes on like, I would stay because I love my quarterback.
To confirm this is real, you went to the YouTube page of the
streamer Neon.
Streamer Neon.
Yeah.
Who had Dawkins on for a lengthy interview.
Yep.
And you just found the spot.
Yeah.
And he's
upset
with fans.
He's upset.
It is the time is a flat circle part of it. You know what it is exactly like? It is exactly like when Diggs tweeted, "You sure?" Which was in response to fans acting like some fans acting. If you're online, you're going to see criticism, no matter who you are. If you're a public figure, that was Diggs reacting to someone saying Allen made Diggs. Diggs didn't make Allen. Like, you sure? All he did was suggest that he also had a role in things going well.
Yeah.
He got bent out of shape by it. You sure? Very famous Diggs moment. And then, like, he's done.
Mm-hmm.
And this tone from Dawkins in this video is, watch what happens if I leave.
Mm-hmm.
He's upset that people don't think he's very good, which, if you think he's not very good, I think you're wrong.
Yeah, I think so too.
He remains very good and valuable, but he is right now feeling like he is not viewed as all that valuable, and he says it's the fans, not the players.
Those were exact words. It's the fans, not the players. Yeah. Not a good look.
Not great. You never want to fight the fans. When you fight the fans, you lose.
It is picking a fight with the fans. And
like
you can be upset, and I think he has a right to be upset if there is a giant section of the fan base that thinks he stinks now. Because I don't think that's true at all. We talked a couple weeks ago about how there's a lot of context to the season he had. He was left on an island as much as any tackle in football, and his numbers were still really good. But people have come after him. Some. Has it really been this giant wave of it, though?
I don't know.
It's kind of been like a small pocket, I thought, of the fan base. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's seeing way more than I'm seeing.
There's also a reason to believe that the team wants more out of him. He's out there to lose weight. Was he told by them?
Well, he said that.
Yeah,
even.
right.
Yeah.
He's been posting his progress, and has he been told by the team to get down to a number, or they'd express that they're not fully satisfied? I don't know. 803-0550. Maybe a bit more on this. Sal at 9:30. Paul Hamilton coming up next hour as well, ahead of Sabres Islanders here on WGR. Chad DeDominicis joining us of Expected Buffalo. Chad on the Western Hotline. Chad, good morning. Finally, our long national nightmare is over. Zach Metsa has returned. And, we can all lay our swords down. How are you, Chad? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
So how did the Zach Metsa news hit you initially, the conversation about it, the fact that he's back? What do the Sabres really have in this player who has had miraculous results on the ice, and there are things to like that, maybe don't match the miraculous results, but where do you kind of come through all of it?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that has to be acknowledged, I think a lot of people talk about it, is the PDO bender he's on, right? So I think he hasn't allowed a 5-on-5 goal since October or something like that, or been on the ice for one, which is pretty crazy.
Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook.
You get caught up in that. Well, you have to acknowledge the numbers first, and eventually that's gonna end. But I guess you want to try to ride that out as long as you can. So there's that part of it. I think he's a fine 6th, 7th defenseman, probably a 7 in a good scenario, good situation. He doesn't do anything crazy. He's calm within his game. You don't notice him much, which is what you want if you want a 7th defenseman. makes those plays, can move the puck well, is smart enough in the offensive zone to play within the system. Really not going to catch in any bad scenarios. Where it really becomes questionable is the minutes. Now, it's interesting. Before he was sent down, he was actually getting some of the most minutes he's played in a game, and then he was sent down, so that was a little bit weird and odd. But the other thing, too, is the special teams. He doesn't play power play. He doesn't kill penalties. And I think when you're thinking about building a playoff team and a playoff roster moving forward, that certainly is a part of the conversation. I think the way this roster is currently constructed, that he's probably your 6th or 7th best defenseman, and he should be here. How much he's going to play, I guess we'll find out with this rotation. I definitely don't anticipate he's going to play today with the 3-3 he just put in Rochester over the weekend. But maybe later in the week he gets back in. It seems like they're rotating, trying to find their best pair, which is a good idea as you go down the stretch. But, yeah, I think it's good. They came through on their word that it was just a send down to get some time in because he wasn't going to play over the weekend, and now he's back.
A Tuesday night game against the Islanders, you guys have had a string of 14 straight sellouts. I wonder, Beck, how it's been around here. You've been here for a couple of years now, and seeing what this has all kind of grown to become over the course of this year.
Yeah, I think even just, in my short time here, seeing the difference from the energy that we had in the arena last year to this year, it's almost indescribable. Our fans are so passionate, they care so much, and the amount of energy that they've been bringing into the rink this season and over the last, whatever it is now, like you said, 15 games, it makes our building a really hard place to play for other teams, and we really feed off that energy. So we really can't thank them enough for how passionate they are.
Not to go too far back, but is that kind of how, I'd heard you say at some point along the way you don't like fighting, which I would imagine most guys don't love fighting. And that Tampa game, the crowd's into it, everyone's into it. And did you drop the gloves pretty easily there? Did you just get swept up in the environment when the games have that type of atmosphere?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think in that game, emotions are running high. There's more energy in that arena than anybody knows what to do with, and yeah, it was getting kind of chippy. And for me, I've always I think for me, I have a hard time flipping that switch. But once it flips, I have no problem doing it, and it was pretty easy for that switch to be flipped in that kind of game, I think.
Beck Malenstyn on the Western Hotline ahead of tonight's Sabres Islanders game. Beck, are you aware of one of your nicknames being the Malin Goat?
I've heard some rumblings recently, but no,
All right.
I'm not a social media guy or anything like that, so it kind of had flown under my radar. But a few people have kind of let me know that that's been circling around, and I mean
it's not only circling.
I'll take it.
Yeah, it's not only circling around. I think it's made it onto a T-shirt.
Yeah.
So this thing is real for you at this point. So
does it get the Beck?
I'll definitely take it.
Does it get the Beck Malenstyn seal of approval?
Absolutely. I'm never going to complain about it. So.
All right.
After getting back in the win column the other night, the Sabres are back in action at home against the Islanders. They've recalled Zach Metza from Rochester, and per our own Paul Hamilton from practice yesterday, it looks like Lindy Ruff may be going away from the goalie rotation. Luukkonen had his own net, which means he likely plays tonight. Kesselring and Greenway are also both options. Tonight, puck drop set for 7 o'clock at KeyBank Center. Just under 1 month away from the NFL draft as the owners' meetings began over the weekend. Bills GM Brandon Beane spoke with the media yesterday. You can find more on demand at our website. The AFC Coach's Breakfast is today for the latest from the Bills and other teams around the league. Sal Capaccio will have all of the updates throughout on WGR550.com. Also, the Bills picked up the fifth-year option for tight end Dalton Kincaid. In other news around the NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports the NFL plans to begin hiring replacement officials before the May 31st expiration of its labor deal. with the NFLRA. And the Browns owner said he believes Deshaun Watson has a great chance to succeed this season under head coach Todd Monken. In AAA baseball, the Bisons are 1-2 after opening against the Rail Riders. They're back in action against the Syracuse Mets today with a 1:05 first pitch, and the Red Wings open up 2-1 in their series with the Jumbo Shrimp. They're back in action against the Rail Riders today at 4:05. Heads up, football fans, as Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season. The celebration will begin the night before with an unforgettable invite-only night of music, taking place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Prizes include round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly on Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Double the contract for the Miami Dolphins right now.
I'm already here.
Are you taking it?
If I got double the what?
Double the money.
To go play football somewhere?
For the Miami Dolphins.
Right now?
Yes.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. The Bills fans be trying to cook me, so I would be out of there. I would go.
You would go?
I would leave.
Miami?
Look. You wanna be loyal to loyal? Tell them to watch their mouth.
Guys.
Nah, I'm just
chill
playing.
off on my mans.
I wouldn't go. All that nice guy stuff with that part of my life is over with.
Done.
But it's just like, cool. Like, y'all think you can do it without me, then hey. And it's the fans. Not the players, but the fans.
That's Deion Dawkins on a podcast with Neon, or Stream with Neon.
Stream, yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. I don't really care about a hypothetical like double the money. Would you go to the Dolphins? Like, sure, double the money. Like, a lot of people would. A lot of players would.
No, that part of it very much.
They don't often get asked questions like that. Yeah, the idea that, he's feeling like he's feeling like what, he's catching a little bit more than he should. And I agree with that. I feel like more than ever I've seen people suggest that Dawkins is not good, which I think is not correct.
I think it's crazy.
It's not correct.
Yeah.
He's not overpaid. He's good starting left tackle on one of the best offensive lines in football, if not the best offensive line in football. They ran it well. They protect well. Most would say that Josh Allen was a big part of why he took so many sacks last year. Allen could barely walk, we heard this week. And why was that? Because he ran 30 yards backwards instead of throwing the ball away. Joe Marino, on my conversation with him yesterday, we'll talk to Joe tomorrow, he had a stat about Allen's throwaways by year, and usually he has in the neighborhood of 30 throwaways where you're just, whatever. And last year that number was way down, less than half, as he was trying to make things happen. So I just think that a lot of what happened to the offense, the Houston game exists, but again, like you had 5-man protections and Dawkins got a concussion.
So
anyway,
last year, according to Next Gen Stats, Dawkins had the 7th lowest pressure rate allowed in the NFL by any tackle, with at least 200 pass block snaps. He also allowed the 3rd lowest pressure rate in the league when one-on-one, and he was left in one-on-ones at the highest rate in football.
That's a super valuable piece.
He was left on an island
more than anybody,
and he was the 3rd best when they did that. Like, to me, his decline grossly overstated. But picking a fight that aggressively with the fans is something. That is a clapback that is way stronger than... a lot of guys get criticized a lot harder than he does.
Who think name them?
Coleman.
Sure, but that's a guy that isn't good. A good player, perennial Pro Bowler. Like, the idea
Dawson Knox would be on that list.
I don't think he catches nearly as much.
Terrell Bernard gets more, you're not a good player, than Deion Dawkins does. Taylor Rapp got more of that. Greg Rousseau and Ed Oliver get more of that than Deion Dawkins.
Sure, you are naming players that are clearly not as good as Deion Dawkins. The idea,
but they get more.
The idea here would be that I if I'm this player, what are you talking about? I'm not any good? Are you crazy?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm feeling here.
Sure.
Like if Keon Coleman gets flack, that's how that works. If who's the name here? Who do I want? Justin Jefferson gets flack. Why?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing here, folks? Not that Dawkins is quite like Justin Jefferson level tackle. I don't know. It might not be that big a deal. It might have a few fans turned off. And usually, when you turn some fans off, you do anything to come after fans, they remember that. So,
I mean, he said no more Mr. Nice Guy.
He did.
So he might act differently going forward, though, now. I mean, he's basically telling you, yeah, I'd stay because of the players, not the fans.
That's tough.
That's tough to hear. I think a lot of fans will be upset by
Maybe
that. I think even the fans that didn't say a single thing to him on social media or in their group chats will be, oh, you don't say that.
Yeah.
You don't say that. I don't know. I don't want to be railing against him because I do think he is someone in the right. Like, you're a good player, a
good
great
player,
player.
super important, really important in the community.
I guess
does a lot of work in the community.
I still just don't see this parade of you're a bad player.
No, I think, let's be real. If there's anything that led to this, is it not the suggestion he could be traded this season? Like Matt Perino kind of brought that up, broached it as like hey, here's something the Bills could do. Not even really saying they have to or should or would be foolish not to. I feel like Matt Perino was the first one I saw bring it up, do a show on it. Could it be something they consider? And that kick-started a conversation, and maybe Dawkins sees that conversation and thinks, what? You don't think I'm right? Like, how would you take that? It could just be fans talking about anything. Well, we've had people talk about trading Ed Oliver. If Ed Oliver wanted to, could he say, I hear I hear my name in trade chatter? Is that crazy? It's probably tough when you feel like, and this is true of so many athletes. Some guys get lifetime approval, and other guys are, we love you, get out. That's how the sport works. That's the nature of it, right? Diggs, everybody turned on him real fast. Michael might have been more people over more time, whatever. I
just hope it's not a thing that does carry over, though, because even like Diggs was here for 4 years and he was unbelievable. He was the best receiver in football, arguably, for a 4-year stretch. And I think time will heal all wounds, and like someday, 12 years from now, he'll come back and be the lead the charge legend of the game, and everything will be fine. It's Dominic Hasek. But Dawkins has been here for a decade. Like, we're talking about a Bills, I thought, and I still think, a Bills lifer. Wall of Fame, legend of the team, the best lineman that the team's ever seen conversation. Like, as popular a player as we've ever seen. He's always in the area. He's always around town, community work. He lives at the arena.
Yeah.
You go to a Bandits game, you go to a Sabre game. There's a pretty good chance he's there. And this is the opposite. This is like bad blood. From his standpoint, it sounds like. And that doesn't feel great.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. It is very much the kind of story where it's like, is it a nothing? No.
I don't think it's a nothing.
Is it everything?
No, it's not something
Definitely
he gets
not.
traded because of. It's not Willis McGahee in Penthouse Magazine.
Right, and there's nothing to do here. Which, even that, should we care?
No, they cared enough.
You don't have to care about any of it.
They cared enough at that time.
The
to trade
Rams told Devontae Adams they thought about trading him. He's like, okay. He's not traded. Brandon Ayuk, the Niners owner, said that maybe he'll be back. Now, maybe he's just kind of trying to polish up the asset.
He is so full
The Niners owner said it. Just
I know, but
A.J. Brown right now, is he going to play for the Eagles? Like, sometimes we treat it like, one tiny thing has happened. You must get rid of this player. Like, no, you don't have to do that. Again,
I certainly don't think they have to get rid of him.
And I don't think they will. But
does it help?
What it
doesn't help.
No, it probably doesn't hurt either. What it really does is it's a peek behind the pressure, right? Isn't this the nature of the pressure that this team is under?
Sure.
Why is Dawkins catching any flack? because Josh Allen took a lot of sacks and they lost. And even though if it's not Dawkins' fault, like, oh, they got to get better on the line. Maybe they should not play it. Whatever. Tim in Buffalo. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
I'm actually driving in, visiting family. I grew up in the area and live in Charlotte, North Carolina now. And first thing I was going to say, I turned the radio on, and I'm thinking, oh, man, I've been living under a rock for more than the last couple of days with travel and work and everything else. I'm like, oh, God, they're running Deion out of town? The world is going, what are they talking about? That's what I first heard. Yeah. And I thought, I'm like, no, this can't be, how long have I been away from the news? When did this happen? And then the producer, when I called in, said that you guys just found out about it.
It was last night.
Or
and
whatever.
It was last night the video posted. So, yeah.
I see. Okay. Well, look, man. In general, the heart and soul of everything, and coming into town, I have to chuckle again because I said to my brother as I spoke to him this morning, I'm like, well, thanks for the great weather. And he started laughing, and I said, man, I wouldn't have it any other way. Everything that makes this so special and everything that makes this so gritty, whether it's football or hockey or just Buffalo in general, is the love and the passion and part of the weather and the persona and everything that goes with it is sometimes things aren't always easy, but that dude has stuck with this city, this town, these, us fans for so long. And I'm not saying give him a pass on his play at all.
Yeah, I don't even think there's really a need to give a pass on his play. He's been great.
I agree with you 100%. I guess part of me is like, I was not so critical of him. And then one of y'all were throwing out a few names with some other players. And man, I always thought Rapp was, I thought he jumped off the page on film with making plays and his, hits and a couple of penalties here and there. But in general, that's not where I'm going with the call. I just wanted to call in and go, I hope that Deion knows how much love he has and support, and I'm sure he does. And the one thing that you have to have in this town, in this city, is heart. And if people start to destroy that in the strength that they do have, man, what do you have, right? Like it's the commitment, the heart, the hard work, so. Guys, I don't know where I was going with that other than to say.
No, thanks, Tim. I would only change one thing about what you said. We can definitely ask for better weather. It doesn't have to be. March was terrible, and it does not have to be.
I mean, there's no doubt to me, though, that Dawkins made a mistake saying what he did last night. Like, that is a no-no in sports. You don't pick a fight with the fans. What was the rant we played? Was it Don LaGreca when Evan Neal called his fans burger flippers? They don't know anything about football, and he just tried to run them out of town. Like the McGahee thing, that's more about the town, mentioning that. Like, that is the one no-no. You don't pick a fight with the fans. Period.
803-0550. The phrase I've got in my head is "Don't let the turkeys get you down," which is a book. I just know the phrase. Don't let the turkeys get you down. Like, there's going to be fans that are mad at every player, and you just, don't let the turkeys get you down. Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Game day, Paul. Sabres and
game
Islanders.
Day for a lot of teams around the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, it'll be a busy night on the NHL scoreboard, and the Sabres, if they beat the Islanders, will be 1 point away from clinching, beating the Islanders in the standing. Like chasing the magic number. There's so many teams still kind of in it. They're in a great spot. I don't really think about clinching the playoffs because they pretty much they will make it. But tonight and then Tampa, Montreal playing, Paul. It's a big night for the division, for the 1, the 2, and the 3 spot.
Well, don't forget about the Montreal Canadiens, who've won 5 in a row. They're all of a sudden rearing their ugly heads into this race. If you go by points, they're 4 points behind the 3 teams that are tied for first place in the conference. So they're coming. And if you go by points percentage, the Sabres are .662. The Canadiens are .644 in third place in the division. So they're coming. The Penguins are coming. They a little bit. The Penguins are a little further behind. They're 8 points behind. But all of a sudden, the Montreal Canadiens have joined the fray. So, they're playing Tampa.
Yeah,
so,
and what that's threatening, Paul, now is home ice, right? Like we've all been in this mode of rooting against the Lightning every single night because it's been about the division race. There was a nice little gap there between home ice and not having home ice, and now I don't know. Like I'm tempted to say go Lightning tonight because I think the last thing you'd want here is the Sabres to hit a little bit of a skid, Montreal to stay hot, and suddenly I'm on the road in Game 1 after a month of thinking I'd be at home.
Yeah, it just would be fun for the fans if the Sabres were home. As I've mentioned many times in the playoffs, it's 50-50. Now, a media member yesterday said, you really want to start the playoffs in Montreal? In that building?
Yes. Well, no, actually I don't.
But it's road teams are around 50% in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So,
and Paul, to that point, didn't Lindy have like a really great record of getting splits early in playoff series? Because they were lower seeds. I mean, Hasek, of course, is a part of this, but they were the lower seed quite a bit.
And there were a couple times, I believe, that they won the first 2 games on the road. They won both. And it's like I'm trying to think in those 2 years where they were on those runs if they ever lost the first 2 on the road.
No, Ottawa, they won both, right? In games 1 and 2.
I don't think they ever lost 2.
Carolina,
they
split in Carolina for games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. They split in Dallas, Boston,
Philadelphia.
Toronto.
The last time they're in the playoffs, they win Game 1 in Philly.
1-0.
Yeah.
Remember they show up in Toronto for the conference finals and nobody knew that Dominik Hasek wasn't playing and outrolls Dwayne Rollison for warm-ups?
And they won.
Against Curtis Joseph, and Dwayne Rollison wins Game 1.
Right.
I mean, so, that's kind of Lindy Russ' MO with the Buffalo Sabres back before. As I said, I'd have to look it up, but I do not believe they lost the first 2 games on the road in those 2 years.
Well, Paul, tonight, the Islanders, and one thing about the Islanders, we had an Islanders guest earlier talking about the way they play and how they might not be the Islanders that you remember trying to win games 2-1. They actually do play kind of an up-and-down style, and if the Sabres are up for that, then we could get a fun game tonight.
Well, the Sabres can play it any way you want. They can go beat the Vegas Golden Knights basically 1-0. They got an empty netter to make it 2-0. Or they can beat the Tampa Bay Lightning 8-7. I mean, they basically have figured out ways to win it however you want to go and try to win it. So the Islanders had a problem last night. At home, they let in quite a few goals and actually wound up pulling Sorokin in the process against the Penguins. So that didn't go real well for them. So I imagine they may show up in ill humor tonight against the Buffalo Sabres. And the Buffalo Sabres understand how to play in the second game of back-to-back since they're 8-1-3 doing it. So I don't think they will take the Islanders lightly, knowing that it's quite possible to win in a back-to-back situation. So the way the Sabres, I think, have played it this year, and it's something you'll hear on the pregame with a couple of guys I talked to, they know where Tampa Bay and Carolina and now Montreal are, but they don't tend to really worry about it because what they look at is when we go out and play our game, they feel that they don't have to worry about the standing. The standings will take care of themselves because they feel they've proven it since December 9th, which, by the way, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen has the highest save percentage in the NHL since December 9th at 922. I'd throw that in there because he's going to get back-to-back starts now. But they just feel that they really don't have to worry about the standings if they're playing their game because when they play their game, they win hockey games. And then the standings take care of themselves.
So you mentioned Luukkonen, Paul, getting the go tonight, it seems. Do you feel like that could be he just goes on a run and he keeps going? I can't imagine Lyon wouldn't get another opportunity at some point here, even if Luukkonen gets hot, to throw his hat back in the ring for the rotation, right?
I think it was a combination of Luukkonen getting hot, Lyon having 2 subpar games in a row. Now, the game before those 2 games, he had a shutout. But, I wondered how long Lindy Ruff's rope would be. And it seems like 2 games. And Luukkonen played well in those, and as I mentioned, since December 9th has the highest save percentage in the NHL. And that's not obviously a short time period that we're talking about here. So I don't I think maybe you're seeing this, that they've chosen a number one goaltender. Now, as I looked forward and was thinking about that, I thought, well, you could probably put Luukkonen in for this game and the next in Ottawa, and it wouldn't shock me then if Lyon played in Washington.
Right.
And then Luukkonen would be back against Tampa on Dingus Day. That's how I kind of, in my mind, put it together, if they have decided that Luukkonen's the number one goaltender. I don't know if it's just send a little message to Alex Lyon that you need to be better than you have been in the last two. But I don't know if you need to send a message to Alex Lyon. First of all, he knows he needs to be better. Second of all, he was lights out too until those two games.
Yeah, you mentioned since December 9th, Luukkonen's number 1, Lyon's number 5 in the league.
Yeah.
It's not like he's that far behind. I wondered, Paul, if it could be a message to Lyon, but also maybe just all of them, which is this is the standard. If you have 2 bad games in a row, you're gonna lose the right to get the next one. Like, I'm gonna have the opportunity to go with another guy. Like, would we think it would be any different for Luukkonen? Like, if Luukkonen had 2 bad games in a row, that Lyon couldn't then earn an extra start?
Possibly.
I feel like
Yeah.
it could be true of all of them.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be true for Timmins. I mean, he had a really good game, and then he was back to what I remember him being before he got injured. And now, Kesselring was, because they hadn't called up Metza yet, so Kesselring was playing with, and Lindy Ruff said he thinks Kesselring is skating much better in practice now, and he's noticed it. So now I'm confused because Lindy said short term for Metza. I didn't know what short term meant. I guess it was 3 games and 3 days and you're back. But Kesselring was playing with Stanley yesterday. So and he said Kesselring is a definite possibility, as is Greenway for today. And then later on, Metza gets called up. So, okay, now what? Is Kesselring playing with Stanley tonight because they want to give it a twirl and get him in? He's been 9 games now since he's played. Or do they just throw Metza back in because he's earned it? I don't know what to tell you there.
And Metza, you said 3 games in 3 days. Like, Metza played the last 3 days?
Yeah, he played Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay. Well, it's Tuesday. He got Monday off. And get him back in.
Do you feel like, I mean, I didn't realize Kesselring had been out that long. I guess that's right. Like, that he doesn't have much margin for error here, right? Like, if he wants to be a part of the rotation in the playoffs without there being injuries, he really can't have a bad game, right?
Yeah, and quite honestly, I think we can agree on this. I mean, now that we've seen 3 games at Timmins again, I think I can say that Metza is the better player with the eye test and better player in analytics. I think he's better in both. I think he wins the eye test and he wins the analytics. So right now, I think Metza's the better player.
Yeah.
Now, but that doesn't mean they might not want to give Kesselring another twirl, especially since he's been improving in practice, especially his skating.
Quickly, Paul, on the forwards for tonight, looks like maybe Greenway. And I don't know, should we be worried about Ostlund's injury?
I don't know what to tell you because it's one of those, and I can't remember which player it was this year, where it's like, well, when he's skating on his own, and when he tells us he's ready, then he's going to be ready. And it's like, okay, and he goes, it's really, Lindy Ruff said, we really don't know when that's going to be. He goes, he could come in tomorrow and be fine. He goes, it might be a week. He goes, I don't know. He said, so he's day to day. He did skate on his own yesterday, but it doesn't sound like he's ready for today or tonight. Greenway has been going through his protocols and doing very, very well. Lindy Ruff said the reports, and on our pregame show, if you happen to hear it, I talked to Greenway. He was so positive. And that's the most positive I've heard him in 2 years. He goes, this treatment that they put him on, that he went out of town for, he said it was like a miracle. He said he feels fantastic and said he feels better than he has in a while. Pain's gone. He just basically had to get himself back in skating shape and that type of thing. And Lindy Ruff said the reports have been that he is doing very, very well, and he said he's definitely a possibility for this because the first game Pearson played for Ostlund, and the second game Kozak played for Ostlund. So possibly tonight it could be Greenway playing for Ostlund. We'll see.
Paul Hamilton, Sabres Islanders tonight. All right, Paul. What else tonight?
Standings, goalies,
Yeah,
defense.
that's all of it.
Greenway.
That's all of it. How about this? This is just a little eye test. Paul, they should all shoot more.
All of them.
Am I going crazy, or should they shoot more?
I actually went back and looked at it. I didn't realize it was this long. McLeod has 1 goal in 27 games.
Really?
Wow. I didn't realize it had rolled that long, but of course it has, because he has 1 shot in his last 7.
Right.
Shoot the puck.
Does the crossbar shot not count?
That's a shot attempt,
Okay.
but it's not a shot on goal.
Wait. So one more time. What was that? 1 shot in how long?
7.
That's incredible.
All right.
We watch him like grade A super opportunities. If he shot all those grade A's, I guarantee you he'd have more goals. The puck would have gone in at some point because they were phenomenal opportunities, and he's passing to a covered guy, and the puck doesn't get there. And it just and Lindy Ruff finally said he sat him down before the other game and went over it with him and says he's got to get to the middle. Same thing with Norris. Now, I sat down for a while with Norris yesterday, about 7-8 minutes, which you'll hear on pregame today. At least with Norris, I've written in my notes numerous times, like he's really hustled to get back on D and break up plays. Did you see the play in overtime that McLeod made on Pasternak? He just waved at him and turned away.
Yeah.
You're the two-way defender on this team. What are you doing? And then on an Arvidsson goal, he gave up his back check. He started gliding. And I'm going, what? I don't understand what's up with him. But Norris has a goal and an assist, I think, is it 11 or 12? I'm sorry, I don't have my article open. Somewhere in there. And the goal is an empty netter.
Right.
That he has scored. But at least he's contributing in other ways. And that's what he said. You know, he goes, he goes, yes, I'm frustrated, of course, and I'm looking for ways to get the offense going again. But he said, when your offense isn't going, you got to find ways to do other things for the team. And for him, it's been some really good back checks and some pretty decent play in his own end.
Paul Hamilton. All right, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking that they just should shoot more.
1 shot in 7 games.
I guarantee you, if McLeod would shoot on all those opportunities, he would have more than 1 goal in 27 games.
Yeah. Wow.
Thanks, Paul.
Take care.
Norris has 21 shots this month.
I can't believe.
He had 5 in a game.
I can't believe that stat that he just.
About McLeod?
1 shot in 7 games for the amount. It just feels impossible. That feels impossible. He did hit a crossbar, so it was almost 2.
Fine, count it for 2. Really, like the number of times.
Wow.
The 300 level chanted, "We want Metza" at the last game, and Metza's back. So 300 level, you got some power right now. If you're yelling shoot, it might work. Tonight's the night. Yell shoot. You don't have to yell shoot.
The whole night? How long can we keep it up? It's like the train horn on 3rd downs.
Right. And the number of times just like, shoot the puck. Stop forcing it to Tage. Tage shoots.
Tage shoots.
Yeah,
he doesn't have a problem.
The other guys are like, you do it. No. You take a turn. Shoot the puck.
Quinn shoots, too, I would say.
He does.
Those 2 are good.
He does. 803-0550. We'll check in with Sal from owners' meetings and all that good stuff. Sabres and Islanders tonight on WGR. All right. So we determined this Deion Dawkins news that's about to drop is real.
100%.
The news is basically he's on a podcast. He's asked, would you play for the Dolphins for double the money? He says yes, that he would. But that's not really
Sneaky
the
Joe
story.
here from
then he says he would not leave. The story that's going to come out of this is he's apparently upset with fans.
Yes.
Dawkins says no more Mr. Nice Guy. He's upset with fans.
Yeah, that he even kind of goes on like, I would stay because I love my quarterback.
To confirm this is real, you went to the YouTube page of the
streamer Neon.
Streamer Neon.
Yeah.
Who had Dawkins on for a lengthy interview.
Yep.
And you just found the spot.
Yeah.
And he's
upset
with fans.
He's upset.
It is the time is a flat circle part of it. You know what it is exactly like? It is exactly like when Diggs tweeted, "You sure?" Which was in response to fans acting like some fans acting. If you're online, you're going to see criticism, no matter who you are. If you're a public figure, that was Diggs reacting to someone saying Allen made Diggs. Diggs didn't make Allen. Like, you sure? All he did was suggest that he also had a role in things going well.
Yeah.
He got bent out of shape by it. You sure? Very famous Diggs moment. And then, he's done.
Mm-hmm.
And this tone from Dawkins in this video is, watch what happens if I leave.
Mm-hmm.
He's upset that people don't think he's very good, which, if you think he's not very good, I think you're wrong.
Yeah, I think so too.
He remains very good and valuable, but he is right now feeling like he is not viewed as all that valuable, and he says it's the fans, not the players.
Those were exact words. It's the fans, not the players. Yeah, not a good look.
Not great. You never want to fight the fans. When you fight the fans, you lose.
It is picking a fight with the fans. And
yeah,
you can be upset, and I think he has a right to be upset if there is a giant section of the fan base that thinks he stinks now. Because I don't think that's true at all. We talked a couple weeks ago about how there's a lot of context to the season he had. He was left on an island as much as any tackle in football, and his numbers were still really good. But people have come after him. Some. But has it really been this giant wave of it, though?
I don't know.
It's kind of been like a small pocket, I thought, of the fan base. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's seeing way more than I'm seeing.
There's also a reason to believe that the team wants more out of him. He's out there to lose weight. Was he told by them?
Well, he said that.
Yeah,
even.
right.
Yeah.
He's been posting his progress, and has he been told by the team to get down to a number, or they'd express that they're not fully satisfied? I don't know. Checking in from the owners' meeting, Sal Capaccio joining us on the Wester Hotline. Good morning, Sal.
Morning, guys. How are you?
How was day one?
It was busy, a lot going on. And because we're 3 hours behind and my body clock hasn't adjusted, I'm like, I'm in, like, it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I feel like I've had this like super long day, and it's, it's 4 o'clock back there, but it's only 1 o'clock here, but so much happens here, in the mornings with the breakfast. And then we heard from Brandon Beane right after, which we can talk about, but it was great. And then last night was the annual reception. I always say it might be the best event on the NFL calendar for people like me and us who cover the league. Just a great chance to see so many people in the industry and hang out and kind of rub elbows, and, everything's casual, off the record, that kind of thing. That was a fantastic night last night.
League-wide stuff, what was the story of the day? Was it maybe that the Browns trade proposal, 5-year idea, got shot down so aggressively? I don't know if you saw the McVay clip, but he said there was a 0% chance before we even saw the news that they had withdrawn it.
Yeah, so McVay said that, and then we get Brandon Beane, and I say, hey, what do you think about the Browns proposal? And he's like, well, it didn't seem like there's a lot of support for it. I was in the meetings. And then I said to Brandon Beane, well, Sean McVay basically just kind of said it's just 0% chance. And he's like, yeah, that's probably right. And then that happened like right away. After that, it was basically, hey, the Browns are going to withdraw this. So, yeah. And then on top of that, I would say, though, Joe, that was a story. I think the bigger story is just what's happening here now with this referee stuff. Like, this is happening. They are getting ready for replacement refs, guys. And, like, it's been percolating, but I think it's coming to a head here. And I know because we're at the owners' meetings, that's part of the reason. But I'm telling you, like, get ready for replacement refs because it's happening, at least from everything that I can tell right now. They're very far apart from each other as far as the NFL and the Referees Association. That has been the big story here.
Yeah, like the refs are at 10%, the league's at 6% for an increase,
yeah.
So they're far apart. Was 18 games also something that came up yesterday at all? Because I saw some others in the media talking about the schedule eventually here increasing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I didn't think this was a big thing right now, like the 18-game schedule. But apparently it is something that is being talked about a lot, the 18-game schedule. And I don't know where this is coming from. What was the kind of the genesis of the talk about it now? But the 18-game schedule is something that people talked about and asked GMs about, and I think everybody recognizes that it's probably either going to happen or very much pushed to happen soon. And I think eventually it will, right, guys? I mean, that's just what happens, the way the league is and the money and that kind of thing. So, yeah, that's kind of a pretty big topic that I didn't expect to be a big topic here this week.
Yeah. Sal, tell me that idea about 17 games per player in an 18-game season is going to be laughed out of the room, though.
I've heard this idea before. I don't know where this came from. I don't think it would happen. I don't think it would happen. Probably laughed out of the room, Jeremy. I think that is the case.
Good.
I've heard people banty this before because basically you're saying, look, if you want the money for the 18th game, but what are we doing to the guys' bodies? And people are like, well, what if the players only played 17 and they each had, one game where they couldn't play? You're still getting the money for the teams and the league, but you're not putting the players at any higher risk than what they're doing now with 17 games. So, yeah, that's one that I've heard bandied around. I don't think that would ever actually come to fruition.
All right.
Good.
Do you hate it?
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. Like, what, you're going to tell me that you can't have your star quarterback for a game? You got to choose which one that is and all that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I did see you could do it without the quarterback. I want it for the content. I don't think it's necessarily a good idea.
Disaster.
I just think it would be, hey, which game are we going to
so
play
terrible.
this guy
It would
and not play this guy?
Every single loss would be explained away.
Yeah,
we lost to that team, but we didn't have Rousseau and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Okay, I mean, please. It'd be a nightmare.
All right.
Anyway, coach's picture. We got the coach's picture. We looked at all that. Today's the AFC coaches brunch, right? Sorry, breakfast. Yesterday was NFC. Today is AFC.
Yeah, and yesterday we talked to Brandon Beane, guys. So I don't know if you want to touch on anything he talked about.
Of course.
We actually talked to Brandon Beane for about a half hour. But today we will get Joe Brady. This morning, actually, it'll be happening here in the next about hour from now. We'll get Joe Brady this morning. And, yeah, it was the NFC turn yesterday. Very strange that they've kind of changed it up. I don't know why, but usually it was the AFC go first. Anyway, talked with Dave Canales yesterday, head coach of the Panthers, about the Bills' Austin Corbett. He had a lot of great things to say about him, and people are of course like, why'd they let him go then? Well, he's a free agent, and that was an opportunity, for him to be able to do that. Talked to Ben Johnson yesterday about DJ Moore, and they both said the same thing. Great teammate. Like they were very much in that. And as far as Austin Corbett is concerned, just this guy, talk about him living in the weight room, and he's just a guy that he's all about football. So yeah, those kinds of things that they believe they'll fit well in Buffalo.
Yeah, the place I wanted to start with you on Bean, you asked them about Kincaid yesterday and the fifth-year option, which they said they've done. But when they talked about him after, when Bean did, the fact that the injury is still a thing that they're managing, Sal, I just really wonder what they think about him big picture, because it doesn't sound like he's going to have much of a different workload this year, at least from what he sounded like yesterday, does it?
Yeah, I want to push back a little bit on that, Joe. I saw this a little bit yesterday. I think you kind of have to just really listen to what he's saying, which is what you say about a lot of guys coming off injury. Hey, we're going to make sure he's in a good spot before we do anything. He's not going to declare him, oh, my God, he's going to be great. He's going to be on the field a lot. Yes, they are, managing it still. And basically what he said was through the offseason, you might see a little bit of, load management. Maybe you get a rest here and a rest there. I think they feel good about the track he's on, but I agree that, the way it came off sounded a little bit more like maybe concerning. I didn't get that initially, but other people brought it up to me. I know Chopin the Bulldog talked about it a little bit. I don't think it was anything about the 2026 season. What he was talking about was right now, coming off the injury last year, off-season workouts, let's make sure he's in a good spot before we kind of, go down that road of where he is. And yes, Brandon Beane did give a clear recognition that Dalton hasn't stayed healthy enough. He needs to stay healthy more. But I think that they believe they have a plan in place to do that, but it's more like, hey, let's make sure we get there.
We got an update on Josh Allen's foot injury yesterday, too?
We did. Josh Allen is, as Brandon Beane said, he should be 100% full go for off-season work. Now, the Bills can begin off-season work, believe it or not, guys, April 6th, which is right around the corner, next week. The Bills can start off-season work next week, and I believe they will in some capacity. Now, that's strength and conditioning, but when it comes to that, and then you go to OTAs, minicamp, according to Brandon Beane, Josh Allen checking all the boxes, medical staff, he should be 100% full go, which obviously, is really good news after coming off the foot surgery.
All right. Anything else Beane mentioned, Sal? You got a lot of time with him?
Yeah, Dorian Strong, his neck surgery, still an unknown. He said that Dorian had the neck surgery. He's still in the recovery phase, as he said, about Dorian Strong. So, that was something that, I think just could play into how they approach the rest of the offseason. Do they have their young second-year corner who looked really good before the neck injury? But we don't know. And then the news dropped yesterday, guys. The Bills will be playing the Browns in a joint practice coming up this year in Cleveland, week 2 of the preseason. That'll be a later week 2 than normal because the calendar's later. I did the math. I think it would be like, if you do it on a Wednesday or Thursday, it'd be like August 19th, 20th in that area, and then into that 23rd, like August 22nd, 23rd weekend, whatever that is. So, the Bills will have 1 preseason road game, 2 preseason home games. It feels like once this is finalized, which is not, they go through that process, then now we know what the preseason road game would be, which would be the Cleveland Browns.
Right. The one other thing also that I saw from Beane, there were a few things, but they said they've been in contact with Brandon Cooks, right? But that would be a post-draft move if they get there eventually?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you never know if Brandon Cooks comes to him and goes, look, I really like to go to Buffalo. I got a couple other offers. They could do something before the draft, but I don't think that's the kind of player that, teams are – they know he's a veteran. He'll be ready to play. I think teams are on the same boat as the Bills. Let's see how the draft plays out. Let's see where we are. But clearly they like Brandon Cooks, and Brandon kind of acknowledged that. And, they have been in contact with him and his agent, yes.
All right. Sal Capaccio from Owners Meetings. Thanks, Sal.
All right, guys. You got it.
I just saw something I wanted to bring up. What was it, Joe? It was football. Oh, I know. Ryan Wilson, CBS Sports, want to do a quick react to the mock draft?
Okay. I'm listening.
All right. Ryan Wilson, CBS. Bills at 26.
Okay.
Do you want to know? What do you want to know that happens before them?
Is Concepcion gone?
He goes 24th.
Who's that?
Cleveland.
Oh.
In a trade.
Is Ty Simpson gone?
Ty Simpson is I'm scrolling up, see if he gets overdrafted. He is not.
Well, you get a little trade-up idea here maybe then for another team to the Bills spot.
Here's a fun one. Carnell Tate goes 13th to the Rams.
Oh. Don't let that happen, NFL.
Just fold up
They'll
shop.
trade Adams if that happens, won't they?
But here are the headlines. The Chiefs with their pick, they take Caleb Downs, safety from Ohio State. Carnell Tate, I mentioned. For the Jets, get Mekhi Lemon. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's off the board.
I'm going to guess then all this sounds like they're going to pick a pass rusher.
Jordan Tyson goes at 21 to Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Concepcion, 24th. The Bills on the clock at 26 go safety Dylan Thieneman.
He was still there?
He was still there.
Wow.
Ryan
He
Wilson
is not likely to fall that far if you look at a lot of mocks.
Ryan Wilson writes, if the right wide receiver is still on the board, the Bills could target one, but they bolstered their secondary. And Dylan Thieneman at Oregon, who transferred from Purdue. Later on, let's see what else they do. Then the Dolphins go Denzel Boston. Ty Simpson, 32nd pick of the first round. The Steelers move up and take Ty Simpson, because of course they do.
Of course.
The Bills then do not pick again until 91.
Mm-hmm.
And because I don't see a trade up anyone in here. And they take a corner. Chandler Rivers.
Lame.
Listen, if they go the first and the third pick, first round, third round, and they don't take a receiver or a pass rusher or a linebacker.
But they pick a backup corner?
It's a corner and a safety? Just saying, I think
I don't mind safety.
I don't mind.
Actually, they draft the safety and a corner. Are either one of those two playing week one?
Maybe, but the biggest problem I would have with safety and corner is if you're trying to play the game where you get positional value, safety ain't it. It's not expensive.
I love that player. I don't love that mock draft.
Yeah, we'll see.
Thieneman is crazy athletic.
He's juicy. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Well, speaking of goalie, the Sabres are making UPL the guy. Boy, I have a new experience with the Sabres, which is they won a million games, 35 out of 40, had one of the best runs in the league's history.
Yep.
And they're still obviously very good. They've had a good season. Now, any change gets made, and I think, oh, wait a minute. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Shen? Not that they shouldn't. Just every single thing is, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's going to be okay? This team wins all the time. Zach Metza going down? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? And now, hold on a minute. The goalie situation that was heralded as this is part of the cheat code. They found a hack. They got all the way here. And now it's going to be actually, you know what? We're done with that. It's UPL now, back-to-back. Now, UPL's played very, very, very good. There's no disputing that. So we're ditching the plan and going to a new plan, it would appear. Right?
For now. I think they're going to see if Luukkonen can grab it by the horns. I think that they probably want that to be the situation. If they could choose, I think Luukkonen is the obvious guy that you would choose to be your true number one.
Why would you choose? That's my question. The whole idea was you didn't have to choose because they were making it easy by being well-rested, and you didn't feel any need to choose. Wanting to choose introduces, I want that because what? He's under contract longer? I guess. He makes more money? I get.
He's younger.
Why would I really care which guy it is that is the one I want to choose?
I think it's more than that. It's that I think Luukkonen's ceiling is a lot higher. Luukkonen can do more to steal games if he can find it consistently than Lyon can. Lyon's got a really good baseline that I think he finds at a really high rate, but Luukkonen has got an upper tier to his game that I don't think Lyon can quite get to. I think his size, his athleticism is on a different level than anybody else they've got around, whether that be Lyon or even Ellis. And I think that they know that that could win them an extra game, and that's what it's about in the playoffs. And, why choose? Because the split is rarely a thing that works in the playoffs. That's why you choose.
We're in and out. River hockey returns tonight.
Maybe it's the Islanders.
Hey, the Islanders guest said they play river hockey, kind of.
Yeah. And just ask their goalie to bail them out.
Yeah.
A bit.
Drake May shaved his head for charity. You know.
So did Marty, right?
Marty did.
The other day on the broadcast.
Yeah, bowl cut.
Yeah. Right, bowl cut. Not
choice. As a choice.
I think the shaved head might be a better look than the bowl cut.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not might be. I think it definitely is.
98 points. Win tonight, they get to 100.
Mm-hmm.
How about it? All right, folks, at the game tonight, we're going to start 1, 2, 3. Oh, going up to say, we won 100. No? You don't like it? All right. See you tomorrow.